Hey everybody, this is Hachiman, aka Marty Paris, and welcome again to Rule of Robots. This is Act 2 and actually Act 3, all streamed at one time on Twitch. So I hope you guys will enjoy this. You can find this scenario along with all of my other Alien RPG content on my website. The link will be in the description of the video below. And I hope that while you're there, maybe you will, shall we say, poke around and look at some of the other stuff. Maybe consider giving my fiction novels or my horror anthology a go. I'd really appreciate any support you can provide. And please enjoy the watch.
Just like Amelie here, and he would just come to me.
How old
So,
is he?
right,
Good life.
what's up?
I said, how old is he?
He's like 3-4 months now.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Yeah,
So he's
so-
still a kitten.
Yep. Yeah, he's causing hell for my other cats, who are like 10 years old and just want to like lay there.
How many kids do you have?
I got 3. I don't know why I put up 4 fingers. So,
Yeah, we have 3 ourselves. We have 2 that are pushing. I guess they're about 7, and then for some bizarre reason, I don't know why, 6 months ago I brought home an orange kitten, and he is an absolute terror to the other 2.
yeah.
I had that off.
You see, like I got my kitten a few months back because I felt bad not being home all the time for my other 2 cats, and I felt like I wasn't giving them enough like attention and like what do you call it? Stimulation, like just trying to get them active.
Right.
And then I got the kid, and I feel like I just made things worse in a way. But at the same time, like they're finally getting used to him. So
That's good.
let's see.
Let's see. We are. We're missing. We're missing Jim. We're missing. Jim's playing Hobbs. We're missing. His son's playing what? Jimenez.
Yep.
And then. Alright. Sometimes I look at this scenario and I go, why did I design this with so many player characters? And then I go, oh yeah, that's why. There's Jake.
Ooh.
Oh, look at the puppy dog.
You are. Morning, love.
I love dogs, just my allergies don't.
Oh, yeah.
I'd get a dog, but I live in an apartment, and I'd feel bad.
Oh yeah, yeah, I
You can
guess.
get one of them little lap dogs. They're okay in apartments, I guess.
That's also true.
Yeah, my allergies with dogs are such that there's a few hypoallergenic breeds that I can deal with, but they're all very small, yippity type dogs, which are not my favorite. So our last dog was a boxer, and I was terribly allergic to her. I couldn't even be near her without my eyes watering. It was terrible.
It is well to hear you.
Yep, just heard him.
Thanks.
So just for the fun of it, if I can... Oh, where the hell did I save it to? Oh, mother trucker. See, old guys like me just shouldn't deal with technology. That's all there is to it. It never works the way it's supposed to do.
I second that.
Where did I? Well, there it is. It's right there. Oh, it went to that folder. What did it do that for? I just wanted to show you guys a couple of the things that we've gotten. I said I dropped the file. There it goes. We're going to save that. If you look in your journal section, you'll see a handout that says FB1.
I do not see that.
No.
Oh, I didn't. Hold on, I gotta add you to it. Hold on. I'm sorry. Show to everyone. You should see it now.
Yep.
Okay.
And you should see it now. These are just two of the responses that I've gotten from the Facebook groups for this game. I really enjoyed the Real Housewives with the cat, and then the Working Joe. I don't know if that poster's from Alien Isolation or if it's just something else someone made at some point. But you always know who and what your coworkers are.
His name is Jim.
Yep.
All right. Well, technical difficulties and everything all up and running. It looks like everything's good to go. Everyone, welcome back to Rule of Robots. We are starting Act 2. You should all have on your character sheets your Act 2 agendas. I believe I gave those out last time before we ended. This scenario has been pretty well liked so far. If I can keep all the uhs and ums out of my voice for a while, I might be able to keep it moving more smoothly. But the community's really liked it. Our Act 1 has up to almost 100 views on YouTube, which isn't bad considering we don't advertise it and we're not an official gaming group or anything like that, so I'm pretty pleased. You guys are a great cast of players and I really enjoy it. So, where we let off, you guys have just pulled into the docks at Roanoke Station. Just to cut through a little bit of BS and dice rolling, we will say that the station pulled Midas, which is the ship you towed in, pulled Midas in under automatic guide, so that we don't have to worry about someone going back over there and piloting the ship in, this, that, and the other thing. We'll just move on and make that easy. So you guys are all, you should all see the main promenade level, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So you guys are out somewhere in the docks region, that north hallway that heads out. So it's really just a question of what your plans are and what everybody wants to do.
For Deputy Jones, would we happen to have like any sort of like restraining bolts or like containment units for like say a prisoner or something that malfunctioned? In this case, the Working Joe.
Yeah. Of course you've got the down on sub-level 1. You've got the Joe storage and maintenance section, which does have a way to lock a Joe in place. Of course, it also connects it to power as well as Apollo. And then on upper level 1, where the marshal's office is, there are 3 holding cells, which have heavy metal doors.
And in the lower in sub-level 1, that's where the Working Joe's.
Yeah, that sub-level 1 is the Joe storage and maintenance section, which is where they all go to charge when they need to, or if they have to receive updates from Apollo, software updates or that type of thing. They all go there to plug in.
Gotcha.
All right, and we have, is it the station head that remained on board? I'm trying to...
Correct. Sven Olafsson, the station manager, stayed on the station while you guys went out, as well as a couple of the other NPCs who you'll see on the map in the Seeks and Store Cantina and General Store. Sven contacted you guys right as you were coming back to the station to ask that Klaus, as well as one of the marshals, come up to admin to report on the situation. And of course, you have Leslie, the android that was the sole surviving member, the Hyperdyne android. You've got him, I guess you'd say, in custody, for lack of a better word, though he's not accused of a crime at this point in any way, shape, or form. And then you have what you assume to be a Joe locked into the storage room back on Midas. Of course, you've never opened that door, so.
Okay, right. And the android's name, I forget that again.
Leslie.
Leslie, that's right. Right. Okay. I would say. So back to out of game here.
Sure.
A little confused about the narrative. I understood that. Who's higher rank, my character or Erwin's character?
Oh, well, technically, actually, Irvin's character is the marshal and you're the deputy, but you guys kind of ran with it, so I just said okay.
I thought it said in my story that Hobbs was promoted to marshal.
No, you were. Other way around. But like I said, I didn't...
right.
Once it kind of went on that way, I just left it alone and said, we'll figure it out. It's fine.
Okay. Well, sorry for bulldozing if that wasn't my intent. I understood that. For some reason, I thought
maybe I wrote it unclearly because I've only ever played this. I've played this before, but I've never played it with a group of people that I'm not familiar with. So maybe I was vague when I wrote it and it didn't come through clearly. That could be
okay. That's no, not a big deal. So I mean, if we're going to run with that, I will. My character is going to. I'm going to turn to Leslie and say, Leslie, you need to accompany me. We're going up to Mr. Olafson's office, debrief him on what happened to your vessel and what we have found. Klaus, I'm sure that you'd like to join us.
Hold on here. I think both sons need to go to the brig for now, for safety. Not one of them seems stable, and both have got issues. So let's first secure them, diagnose them, and then we can have people talk to them.
Are you suggesting we open the door for the working Joe and try to restrain him to put him in a holding cell?
Yes, Marshal. If you think he needs to be rather left where it is, I will defer to your judgment, of course. But I would then suggest that look around other sins we have also be secured. Leslie.
I agree. I do. I agree. I'm sorry. I'm still catching up on all the names because it's been a week. Mike, would you mind taking Leslie and securing him in one of our holding cells?
I can do that.
Leslie's eyes widen slightly, and he looks at you all and he says, "Am I under suspicion of committing a crime?"
Not at all, Leslie. We just want to make sure that everybody's safe, including yourself. We don't know what the hazards are that are still left on the other ship, and we need to sort that out before we drop our guard and go back to normal operations. So would you please go with Deputy Mike, and we'll come around and we'll let you know what's going on.
He kind of shrugs slightly and says, "Oh, Cole can't hear anything."
Shit.
He shrugs slightly and says, "Well, all right. I suppose that's fine."
Okay, my guy doesn't. I don't really take notice of what his answer was, and I look over to Mr. Wagner and gesture with my head. Let's go up and debrief Mr. Olson.
Cole still got
Yeah, Cole still.
result.
And he was able to talk before. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I just want to double check. Does Grace hear this conversation?
Cole, can you hear me? So I just reconnected, guys, and now Cole can hear me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hit.
Yeah, can we hear Cole though?
I could hear Cole.
You're the next guy.
Okay.
Yep, I've got Cole now.
All right, let me. Okay.
There we go. Everybody's showing up now.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Okay, now we can continue. So I gesture with my head to Mr. Wagner and motion with my head that we should head up to and
All right. So that would have Klaus and Hobbs heading towards the elevators, and then let's see. Jones is also heading upstairs, correct? Because he's heading towards the marshal office with Leslie in tow.
correct.
Okay, so that leaves us Jake, Grace, Tomansky, and Jimenez.
Yeah, so Jake is trying to head back to. Hang on a second.
Question: who has the PDA that we used previously to check on Leslie?
You know what? That is a really valid question. It was the person with the highest comm tech.
Wagner.
Yeah, it was whoever had the highest comm tech. One of you, I think, had a total dice pool of 7, and the other had an 8.
I think that was Klaus.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Klaus technically has the PDAT then. Is Crom there?
Sharif, do you hear us? No, let me text him and know what's going on there. What is happening today?
Oh, and his looks like he just logged off completely.
He's probably rebooting. Not rebooting, but refreshing maybe.
Yeah.
If anybody's having issues running this in Chrome, I have not been able to get the sound to run in Chrome. I had to switch to Edge.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, you got Firefox. It seems to be working.
Yeah, Chrome, I wasn't able to get it to work. I don't know if I accidentally missed the allow your microphone to work for this site at some point. I looked, and it said it sets that up the first time you use it, so I don't know if I clicked the wrong thing there, but I can't find where to fix it if I did, and I had to switch to Edge. I also don't even know if that's the problem.
Yeah, there is a way to go back and change it. It's in the settings. It's in the settings. I can't remember exactly where it is. Frankly, I had to have my daughter show me where it is. So what does that tell you?
Let me see here. Settings. Advanced.
I see Crom. Does anyone hear Crom? Or
I'm
Crom
texting
hear us?
with him. He's
Oh,
he says that he's having problems. He said, yeah, I'm having if this keeps going. I know that Roll20, I remember when I first tried to set up online games about a year ago using Roll20, they had a real problem with the voice chat. It seems to have gotten better, but yeah, he says that his camera has stopped working, connection is freezing on and off and reloading.
Oh my
So
god.
we may have to go back, unfortunately. He's got an iPad that he can use Discord with. He just needs to download it.
So do we need to switch to Discord or?
Let me ask him. Yeah, he's going to go text until he can figure this out.
Okay. All right, so we'll just keep an eye on the chat. All right. Can he hear us at all?
I don't know if you can hear us. But that's a good point.
Well, I definitely can now. He just dropped out.
I know he's troubleshooting it. So. And he's not a newbie with PCs. He runs these large armor campaigns, which seem really complicated. so it's, I don't know what's going on. So until I hear back from him, which should be just in a couple seconds here, hopefully. Marty, have you ever played around with Forge?
I've not.
I don't know if you have any interest in this. I went like all in on the supplements for Forge. And Roll20's done a great job, or whoever's done a great job adapting Alien to Roll20 since a year ago. Forge seems to have a pretty robust audio video built in versus Roll20. I didn't have problems with it, but if you ever have extra time, I know you got kids, so you probably never have time, but if you wanted to log into my account and poke around, I'd be happy to give it to you so you can check it out. So,
all right.
I still have it paid, and I spent like $100 downloading all the Alien supplements, including Chariots of Fire and what was that other big one that they came up with?
Destroyer of Worlds.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So their character sheet is not as their character sheet doesn't look like the official one, so that one's a little you gotta learn how to use it. It's up to you.
I got you. No, it's something to keep in mind. I've had a couple people mention Foundry to me.
Yeah, they seem to do pretty good.
So, a lot of people on... Hey, he's there. A lot of people on Roll20 I know, and this seems like a real pain in the ass to me, but a lot of people use Zoom or Discord for audio and video while using Roll20 for, and it's just like, that just seems like a lot when you have to use multiple platforms, you know.
Yeah. You know, at Foundry, a year ago, I think I had 6 players, and we were able to go through 3 sessions. I don't think we had any problems with audio video. So.
Oh, that's good.
This seems like it might be a system-specific thing.
I don't know how well the voice chat works, but I'm a strong proponent of Tabletop Simulator. In particular for the Alien modules, I forget who did it, but somebody took all 3 of the Extant modules, Hope's Last Day, Chariot of the Gods, and Destroyer of Worlds, and did really nice high-quality scans of all of the assets, and you can download mods that have everything, including, like one world maps where you can click to change the map on the main table with everything loaded in, and then like full sound effects boards and a music playlist and all this stuff, and then it has like actual alien figures, miniatures, all this stuff. So whoever did it just an absolutely beautiful job.
That's neat. I gotta check that out.
Nice.
So it doesn't have the books, but I bought the sets anyway. So
yeah, right.
I'm not worried about that. But also, if you have the PDFs with Tabletop Simulator, you can just load the PDF onto your table when you're playing
cool.
as a.
That is convenient.
It looks like it's on Steam.
Yeah, it's on Steam. If it's $20 right now and you're not in a hurry, just hang around because it goes on sale for $10 like 3 to 5 times a year.
Yeah.
Every time there's a Steam sale, Tabletop Simulator goes on sale, and it also goes on sale on Humble Bundle like 3 or 4 times a year. I think there's a sale for $7.50 around Halloween, but honestly, I got it for $10, and it's probably the best $10 I've ever spent on a gaming utility.
We've got Crom.
I hope.
Yes.
All right, we're cooking with.
All right.
Sorry about that. I don't know what the heck's wrong with Roll20, but it was locking me out.
That's okay. Everyone get your duct tape, your baling wire, and your chewing gum, and let's make sure it holds together.
MacGyver.
That's right. All right. So,
I'm going to vacuum out my PC today.
So we were just, Jake, I'm sorry, I think we were figuring out where everyone was going, and Jake, I think you had started to say, and then... Yeah, so what are you up to, Jake?
Okay, so I'm trying to go back down to sub-level 2. I'm not interested in getting any more involved with androids than I have to, and I think that the one that I can probably get involved with is back on sub-level 2, and that'd be just fine. So if
Okay.
I can, I'd like to go back to environmental control and see, first of all, if that working Joe is still down there.
Yep.
Is he still just kind of standing around?
Yeah, we'll get you there in a second. Let me figure out where everyone else is headed.
Okay.
Tomansky, what are you up to?
I think Dr. Tamansky would want to perform a autopsy as thoroughly as possible on the victims, the 3 victims. So she would probably be heading up to upper level 1. I'm not sure how she would be getting bodies off the ship. She has I guess a cots or I don't know, whatever kind of lift thing she would use to get them up there, but that's what she'll start doing.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Got that out of my system. There is typically a working Joe that hangs around up in medical at your disposal. Of course, you see 2 of them hanging around in the main promenade. So the best solution would probably be to have working Joes bring the bodies upstairs, unless the PCs are specifically going to handle it. Obviously, Tomansky hoofing those all the way up to medical by herself would probably be a little difficult.
She's not a powerhouse physically. She's more of a mental powerhouse.
It's a true statement.
Best way to work out, just drag some dead bodies around.
And what are Jimenez and Grace planning?
I'm probably just gonna wait around the promenade to see if anybody, informs me of the situation later. But, knowing them, they probably won't tell me much.
Where did Klaus go?
He's moved to the elevator. He's planning. Klaus is going up to admin with one of the marshals to talk to Sven Olafson.
I would just like to catch Klaus at the elevator and say, Klaus, I'll leave you the rest of the day to yourself, but I do want a copy of the data on that PDA drive because Hyperdyne, we have sensitive Hyperdyne hardware in there, and we did tap into a Hyperdyne Model N synthetic with that device.
Yes, come see me after this meeting with the that I'm about to have, and then I can give you a copy.
Pin me on the comm when you do that, and then I'll go back to my office and start,
All right. So let me move everybody to where they're going. Hobbs, you were going up to admin, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so Hobbs is there. Grace is going back to her office. Wagner is going to admin. Wagner did not drag. There it goes. Jones, you were heading up to the marshal's office and taking Leslie up there, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And why are you not dragging? There we go. Robertson's going down. Jake is going down to sub-level 2. Jimenez is hanging around, and then Tomansky is going up to upper level 1. Alright, wow, so the whole party's divided. Perfect. That's exactly the way I need it.
Never divide the party.
Never divide the party. Okay, so...
But isn't that the point of agendas?
It's funny how that works. So I'm going to switch over to Jake Robertson really quickly because Jake's life is a little bit easier for me at this moment. So Jake, you would obviously, the party splits up. There's 2 elevators, so part of the party is going up and the other part's going down. Which going down, I think, is just Grace and Jake in the down elevator. Of course, Grace is going to pop off right away on sub-level 1 and head to her office. Meanwhile, Jake, you continue down to sub-level 2. Right. And when you pop out, there's the working Joe. He is just standing there, Working Joe number 753, right where you left him before.
Right where I left him? Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to pop into environmental control.
Mm-hmm.
Take another look at the jammed up gear that's causing the heating problem, and then I'm going to get on the radio to Sven.
Okay.
And I'm just going to say, "Hey, Sven, you still cooking up there, buddy?"
With his European accent, he comes on the comm line. Yes, it's pushing 30 degrees C up here. It's awful hot.
All right, I'm going to try to get you cooled down up there.
I much appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So you said before it would take a shift or so to do.
Correct.
Is this something that I think that the Working Joe could maybe help me speed along a little bit if he does part of it?
Very probably, yeah. He's the Working Joes on Seegson are designed for all sorts of heavy machinery work. In fact, he might even be able to do it by himself if you trust him.
Okay, so I'll call the Working Joe in and ask him a couple questions about what I think needs to get done to see if I can gauge his competence to do this.
He processes for a moment, and then he simply says, "Unjamming the coolant injectors is a fairly simple task. I should be able to handle this easily."
Okay, well, go ahead and get on it there.
All right. So that is Working Joe number 753. And where is he? There he is. And he's going to make a roll. Did you guys see that roll?
Mm-hmm. We did.
Okay, good. All right. Because there's no reason why a GM would ever click make roll secret. So he's definitely proficient. He takes the panel off and he starts moving through the system, finds the clog injectors, and in fact, you think he's probably going to get it done pretty quickly. It may not take him a full 6 or so hours. He probably is going to get it done faster than that. But you're confident that he's got it under control.
All right, I'll probably keep an eye on him for 10 or 15 minutes to make sure the process is going as smooth as it can. And then if nothing else is happening, I would probably head back to my quarters with the intention of heading to the bar after maybe change of clothes.
Perfect. All right. So we will let that move forward a bit, and I'm going to drag you over to sub-level 1. Of course, you're not going to be there for a minute, but...
Right.
All right, so while we're on sub-level 1, Grace, you got off there, because that's where your office is, amidst the mostly empty office park, right? And...
Yeah.
There we go. So there you are on the map, and you head down to your office?
Yeah, I'm starting to draft a report to Hyperdyne, just to my officials at Hyperdyne, letting them know that a Working Joe has caused casualties, and I will shortly be copying over PDA information from a Hyperdyne synthetic that proves it.
Oh my god.
All right.
Klaus doesn't know this, but he agreed to give me the data, which is why I shut up by the elevator.
And do you send that report off, or are you waiting for the data from Klaus?
I send the initial report immediately, with a note to keep posted for update.
Perfect. All right, that will work for me. And then we're going to move over to Roanoke Level 1. So Roanoke Level 1, we have Mr. Jones. Whoops. Almost put you into space, Jones. Could have been bad.
It's because I'm sus.
And you couldn't hear me scream if I did.
That's right. And Tomansky... I keep doing that. I keep looking for Tomansky down in the list, but I put her in as Dr. Willow Tomansky, so it puts her at the top. So you guys pop out of the elevator right there, Jones and Tomansky with Leslie in tow. And Jones, you head to the marshal's office with Leslie, correct?
That is correct.
All right. As you're walking, as you enter the marshal's office, he says, "Mr. Jones, how long have you been with the marshal's office?"
That's a good question. Let me. A couple months at this point.
And would you find it to be fulfilling work?
Oh. I think anything that allows me to make sure people stay safe can be fulfilling. So yes.
Okay. Well, I can understand that. You're a man of integrity. Just keep in mind, out here in the middle of nowhere, there's not many people to stay safe, and a man with your talents, and he kind of nods at your revolver that he knows you've got on your person, might find some value working for other entities, where you can continue to do what you do, but actually receive a reasonable paycheck doing it. I just think you should keep that in mind.
Oh, the paycheck's never an issue. It's just, again, as long as I can make sure I can do my job, I think that's all that really matters.
Well, I respect that, sir, and Roanoke Station is certainly lucky to have you as its protector. Meanwhile, he kind of holds his hand out at the 3 cells and says, "So, which one of these is mine for now?"
Well, we'll go ahead and put you over here, and I point to this one.
The Roll20
Yeah.
background and the map don't like each other.
Yeah.
I could argue with that for an hour and still never be happy. All right. Tomansky, you're heading into medical, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So, yeah, Working Joe, well, that was interesting. What did he do that for? Must be the tokens are too close to each other. There we go. Yeah, Joe number 1831 is just standing in medical. It is awaiting any instruction whatsoever. You usually use him to lift heavy stuff when you have it to lift.
I'll order it to help me put the bodies on the various tables that might be there.
Okay. All right. It, of course, just... yes, Dr. Tomansky, and it just starts to do its thing. It doesn't seem to have any feelings about it one way or the other, of course. And you want to go ahead and just start an autopsy?
Sure.
All right. So this is, I don't know if you personally have ever autopsied an individual, but as a general rule, an autopsy, most postmortems usually are a solid 2-hour process. Yeah, and of course you have 3 bodies here, but I would have you make a medical aid roll.
Just a moment.
Yep. 1 success, perfect. All right, and then to go along with that, I would have you make an observation roll.
Okay.
And 2 successes. All right,
Nice.
very good, very good.
Told you she's a mental powerhouse.
She is a mental powerhouse. All right, perfect. So I'm going to let you go to work, and meanwhile, we will come back to you here shortly. Moving up to Roanoke Level 2. Moving up to Roanoke Level 2, we have Hobbs, and we have Wagner. You guys pop out. I just put you on top of each other. There we go. You guys pop out of the elevator, and of course, admin is directly to the south. That's where you guys are headed, yeah?
Correct.
All right.
Yep.
Man, I'm going to do something on my next one. I'm going to work with these Roll20 backgrounds a little bit more. Anyway, so yeah, you pop the code into admin, and as you walk in, the air is just stifling. And the not only the hot air, but also the smell of sweaty Swedishmen is strong here. The working Joe is standing off to the side, and of course there's Sven. He looks up as you two enter. You see him just disconnecting the intercom as you walk in, and Marshal, Mr. Wagner, excellent. Thank you so much for coming. So, what exactly is going on over on that ship?
Hobbs will start first, looking over at Mr. Wagner to defer to him if he wanted to. But if not, then he'll continue and say that the situation on the ship is stable but not entirely secure. We found several dead crew members, in addition to a synthetic who didn't self-identify from Hyperdyne. Mr. Jones is leading him to our security level, and we'll place him into custody until we figure out what's going on. There is presumably a working Joe locked behind a door on that ship, and that's why the situation is entirely secured. We are still processing information to include having an autopsy done, and we will be examining any data that we retrieve from the ship on the PDA. And I look over at Mr. Wagner to see if he has anything else to report.
I nod and said that is basically the sum of it. We do not know what happened with the working Joe, so we need to find out what happened there. But also the Leslie, as they call him, has some corrupted memory files and some self-encrypted files which worry me greatly. So we need to find out what is going on there. I have his data downloaded here, and actually I would prefer if Marshal Hobbs officially catalogs this as evidence, since these seem to be technically murders, and we keep this only in-house until we have something to report to the rest.
Sven is listening to all this gravely, and he doesn't say much until you come to an end, and he says, "You say a working Joe presumably killed these people. Do you have evidence of that at this point?"
Negative. The autopsy is being completed. The damage to the bodies is excessive, which looks like it will take greater than human strength, which is the reason why we have taken the android Leslie into custody, because we're not certain exactly which working Joe or synthetic or crew member committed these murders. And it's something we have to sort out with further investigation.
Do you? And where is the working Joe in question now?
He is on. I'm going to try to remember this here. He is on the main. He's on Midas and on the main loading dock level, secured behind a pressure door.
All right, and you have not entered that room or investigated him at this point?
Negative. We didn't feel we had the resources to do as such, and brought the ship back to dock here and await guidance or support.
Seems like that needs to be an important step. Mr. Wagner, I am going to... he turns to a computer terminal and starts punching some stuff in on a keyboard. I'm going to contact Home Office through the network. I want to update them on everything that is going on and get instructions.
When I suggest we wait a bit and hold off until we know what is going on. I do not want them to ask us questions and we do not have any answers and then we look incompetent. We only have one incident and all the synthetics are secure, so there is no rush. I would rather have answers to give them with the debriefing than just have a bad situation for them to deal with.
Wagner, that is a very, very valid and cohesive argument. Make a manipulation roll, please. 3 successes. Well, look at that. Well,
I
that's
only want to have the company at heart and protect the people.
Wagner. Wagner, as you're speaking, Olafson starts. He's nodding his head in agreement. He says, "Yes, I think that's very wise. Let's get as much information as we can. Work with the marshals, and certainly coordinate with Tomansky. Find out what she finds as well. We need to know everything we can. You're absolutely right. Before we contact Siegson Home Office." Is there anything further we need to discuss at this point?
Not on security side.
All right.
I think we can reconvene once we've diagnosed both synthetics and have the doctor's results.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So, Hobbs and Wagner, where do you guys want to head?
We'll discuss a little bit outside of the admin office, I suppose. I'll tell Klaus that I'm going to go secure my my vest and additional weapon in our security lockers, meet with Jones, make sure everything's okay with the locking up the synth, and then I will. My plan is to go down and see how the autopsy is going.
Okay.
I relay this to Klaus as we're walking.
All right.
And
I will.
don't forget, you're supposed to call for me on the comm when you're available to give me the PDA data.
Yes, as soon as I am allowed to give it to you once the murder scene has been sorted and Marshal Hobbs has given me the approval to give it to outsiders.
All right. Klaus, where do you want to head to?
I will stick with Marshal Hobbs.
With Hobbs? All right. Very good.
Yep, and I will discuss with him when we're going to look at the Working Joe and try and download its memory core to see what is going on and how best to secure it.
All right. All right. Now, of everything that has happened so far, Jones, you're probably the one who, what you've done so far took the least amount of time. So you've put Leslie into the cell. What do you want to do? Hold on. I've lost sound from you.
Oh, he's on mute.
It's muted, I think.
Yep, no, that I was just being an idiot. Alright, so I don't feel right just leaving the Midas unsecured.
Okay.
So after locking up Leslie, I would have tried to go back down to Midas and radio to Hobbs, let him know that I'm just gonna go and make sure things are still okay with the Midas, quarantine off the area, so that way, or cordon off the area, so that way nobody that doesn't need to be there goes in there, kind of thing.
Yep. That makes perfect sense to me. And
I'm assuming this is a technology question, not a game. On those airlock doors, I'm assuming there's some sort of locking mechanism or key card.
sure, absolutely. They could
Okay.
be easily locked down. Not a question. Not a question at all. And what has Jimenez been up to this whole time?
Oh boy, can you hear us? Hold on.
Cole, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What have you been up to this whole time, Jimenez?
Just been around the canteen, just kind of, drinking for the most part.
Okay. All right. As the door opens on the cantina, you are just absolutely blasted by a fusillade of some sort of classical music that is very old. There's just some sort of raging guitar going on, and some guy is screaming something about the back of his Dragula or something. You don't know. As you walk in, behind the bar, you see Dottie, and as soon as she sees you, she kind of grabs a remote control and she's pointing it off to some direction. She's turning the volume down a little bit. Dottie is a thin but fit woman, probably in her late 20s. She
Mhm.
has very short. I mean, shorter than a bob, but not like a crew cut, but very short, like platinum blonde hair. And she has an Eastern European accent. You don't know where she's from. But as you walk in, she says, "Roberto, sorry for the music. You know how much I like the old American music."
Yeah, that's fine. I can tell. I mean, hey, you've had the common courtesy to turn it down, so I mean, it's not that big a deal. How have you been doing today, Don?
Says, I'm doing fine. What's all the excitement? You guys, you had a big meeting and you left for almost 2 days. What's going on?"
We went on a mission, and survey vessel out there. Something about it wasn't right. The Working Joe apparently malfunctioned and killed 3 of the 4 surviving crew members, and strangely enough, the last crew member was actually a synth. So we actually brought him up to the brig now for holding.
She says, "Good God!" and she crosses herself, and she says, and kind of a shiver goes up her spine. She goes, I hate androids. Those working Joes give me the creeps."
Yeah, I mean, I really hope it doesn't happen here. We have, like, I don't know, 12 working Joes with us. It'd be kind of hard to deal with if they all decided to go berserk at the same time.
Do we believe there's a possibility of this?
I mean, if one working Joe android malfunctioned, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility for the rest to.
That's truly terrifying. I hope the marshals can protect us if something like that happens. She says, "Oh, by the way, you want your usual?"
Yeah.
What is your usual, by the way?
Rum and cola.
Got it. So she mixes that up and she starts sliding it your way. And the cantina doors open again, and here comes Jake Robertson.
Finally made it to the bar. A day and a half late. So, who's sitting there? Jimenez?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll probably walk up and take a seat beside Roberto. Jovial, happy to get there. I'd order my usual, which is probably a Boilermaker, just a shot of whiskey and some kind of Pilsner.
Yep.
And probably offer to buy Roberto's drink. Jake's a fan. You holding up okay, kid?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine, Gearhead. How are you?
Well, I got one of the Joes to do the last thing I had to do before coming to the bar, so I'm doing just fine.
Okay, well, I guess that's good. At least we don't have any ones that are malfunctioning so far.
I don't need any more extracurriculars before my beer either. Take a sip.
I don't think anybody needs that. Not after today.
Dottie looks over at you, Jake. She kind of leans against the bar and says, "So Roberto's telling me a little bit about your adventures."
Yeah, the Midas touch. It all turned to gold out there. I better get some extra cash for that spacewalk. I'll look over at Roberto.
Don't look at me. I didn't do anything.
No, I'm not saying it's on you. You know what I mean.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think I would like some extra pay off of that too. Call it a hazard pay for the berserk android that kind of broke the necks of 3 crew members and completely removed one's head.
Right, that's way above my pay grade.
I think that's above everybody's pay grade.
Anyway, what have you been telling Dottie?
She kind of says, "Well, he told me what you found out there. It's really terrifying to me. I do not like androids. Where I'm from, we didn't have androids."
I'm not much of a fan myself either. prefer a regular person working beside me I can just talk to.
I mean, I think that they're pretty funny, but I mean, if they're starting to malfunction like this, I don't think they're safe to have around.
I guess it depends on what the malfunction was, but yeah, they make me uneasy anyway. Most of the jobs I've worked have just been alongside other people. This is the most working Joe heavy site I've ever been on.
Mm.
Oh, shoot. What did I just click?
Yeah, there's
There
not
we
much
go.
they can do to keep everything up. It's, 12 separate androids to keep one station afloat. It's not like they could pay more maintenance workers like you to do the work. Hell, who the fuck would want to come out to this fucking armpit of the universe?
So, what's the worry about the others malfunctioning? They think they have some kind of virus?
I mean, we haven't ruled out that possibility. We probably should have, I don't know, waited and quarantined the first working Joe first before, doing anything like this.
Well, it's not on the station yet, though, right?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, yeah, he's still on the ship. At least you assume he's still on the ship. You guys never actually laid eyes on him.
Which is, yeah, not exactly great.
He might not exist.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that we did actually have some evidence that some of what Leslie talked about went down.
Correct.
Yeah.
You have files out of his memory. So
right.
So which is more than anything is like video files, POV, through his eyes. So yeah, you do know that there was a Joe there, and everything seems to be corroborated. You just, like I said, you guys just didn't actually physically see the Joes yourselves. But
we saw the Joe attack Leslie, right? Wasn't there video of the Joe coming after Leslie in the files?
There was, well, because it's all POV from his eyes. There was video of Leslie seeming to run away from something.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you saw a video file of him going into a small room, a small cargo type room, which you think is the room that had the words written on it.
Right.
And as the Joe came in, he seemed to kind of weave off to the side, run out the door, and then you saw him as he was locking the door from the outside. So, yeah, that's everything in a little more detail that you saw on that PDAT from his memory files.
So we at least know that the working Joe appears to be real.
Right.
Well, I'm not entirely certain of maybe he was telling the full truth. I mean, he may have had memory files and footage relating to the events, but there was also that one corrupted file that they weren't able to get access to, and, well, it's not like we were able to fully hear his thoughts going through the entire thing. I think he's still pretty suspect, seeing as he was also very unwilling to go to hand over any sort of information.
Shake my head and just mutter, I already wanted off this fucking station.
I think everybody does. Anybody who would want to stay here is insane.
Or suicidal.
Well, maybe both. Probably both.
All right.
I'll drink to that.
I am going to cut over real quickly. It seemed like a good spot. Grace, very simply, you're down in your office. You sent that off. Within a few minutes, you actually got a reply from your manager back at Hyperdyne. And the reply stated very specifically, it was collect all information and evidence you can of the Seegson android attacking human beings. This would be very bad for their business and great for ours.
Okay. I'm going to actually proceed over to the bar area next after that, and probably walk in on these guys talking.
I like it. All right, so that'll put you on the main promenade. The drag thing is not. Do you see main promenade, Grace?
I do now.
Okay, good. Because the my dragging players over, I seem to have to do it twice before it clicks, which is kind of obnoxious. I'm not sure what's going on with that. And so you're heading that way, and then I'm going to cut back to you in a minute. But first, I want to get over to Klaus and Hobbs. So now, Jones, you went downstairs to check to make sure that the Midas was secured, correct? You're muted again.
That is correct.
All right, perfect. Did you want to do anything besides that in terms of what you're doing down there?
It's and I've already saw Dr. Tamansky and the Working Joe bringing up the bodies, right?
Yep. She's up in medical working away.
Okay. Kind of want to just like take a look around, figure, and just see if I can like try and find things that we might have missed before and stuff.
Okay, so you want to go actually on Midas and start to look around?
Yeah, if I can.
All right, I'll let you do that. Absolutely. So I'll come back to that in a minute. I want to see what Hobbs and Klaus are up to. So you guys came back down to station level 1 where medical and the marshal station are. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to just pull you guys. I'm going to drag you guys over, and you guys can tell me exactly where you want to head off to.
Okay, so
Oh,
as far
yeah. Okay, I got to both. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, you got both of us. Yeah, so my plan was to go into the marshal's office and stow excess weapons and armor. As we walk into the office, I look off to the right and I look to see what Leslie is doing in the holding cell, assuming that Jones had actually put him in there.
Yeah. So he's not doing anything. He's just sitting, rather upright on the edge of the bunk, not doing anything.
So as I look at him, I kind of stare at him, cock my head over to the side, and as I'm reaching for the weapons locker, I pause for a second and, look back at Klaus and go, you know what? Maybe we're not finished using these tools yet, and close the weapons locker, and I keep my vest and shotgun on.
All right.
Should we? Well, I stop there to see if Klaus has any responses or if he wants to do anything.
Not very severely and sternly, and just suggest that we go to medical, and once we decide to go get the other Working Joe, I guess we should get some of our own Working Joes and arm up in case he is really berserk.
Absolutely, that should follow protocol. Let's go see how that autopsy's going.
Okay. All right. So you guys head over to medical. I'm just going to drag you over there. Tomansky, you're doing your thing. Which body did you start with? There were, and just to give you a quick rundown in case you don't remember, I'm sorry. You've got the body that you know to be Askew, who was the geologist who's missing the head. You have the body that is Stroud, who you believe was the ship medic, who has had her neck broken, her head turned around 180 degrees. And then you've got the captain's body, which is Jane Goolsby, who looks like she's been strangled.
I don't recall the chronology of the murders according to the data we recovered.
It was Askew first, guy missing
I'll
the head.
start with Askew in that case.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, so obviously, cause of death is plainly obvious. There is no question to your mind whatsoever that someone with extreme strength has just destroyed this poor guy's head. It's just that simple. The evidence was, of course, in the engineering room of bits of flesh and bone and blood and hair. You do find something interesting. There's some sort of there's just what remains of a jawbone, and there's some sort of residue on it that you're noticing as you're doing your autopsy.
What's the nature of the residue?
You'd probably have to get a really good look at it to be sure. It's a little hard to tell you, but you think you could probably, if you use a scalpel, you could probably scrape some of it off and get it under a microscope and take a look at it.
Sure, I'll attempt to collect as much of it as I can.
Okay.
Put it in a test tube or appropriate container.
Yep.
Yeah, and so the injury, we can conclude it was impossible for an organic human to rip someone's head off like manually, right? So we can say that it's 100%.
Yeah, unless they were seriously hopped up on X stims or something along those lines. But someone who is that high on illicit substances that could do something like that probably would end up exploding their own heart in the process. So it seems safe to assume that a human being couldn't do this.
Okay.
All right. So, and just then, Hobbs and Wagner waltz in.
Gentlemen, off to the side, please.
Doctor?
Hey, Doc. So what's the story down here?
Well, everything's still in progress, but so far, the postmortem would definitely be in line with the report we've gotten from Leslie. I did find something interesting that I'm checking out right now. I'll go ahead and prepare a microscope slide with the residue.
All right.
I'll just wait around.
Let's do this, Tomansky. I'll just do an observation roll. That's fine.
Okay.
Ooh, would you like to push the roll?
I'm definitely going to have to push that.
And the fun begins. Yeah, just...
So I give myself a stress level, correct?
Correct. And then
Stress
just
level
re-roll,
1.
and it'll automatically add the stress die.
Observation, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Modifier 1?
No, it does it automatically.
No, it does it automatically.
Oh, wait a minute, though.
What are you doing?
It didn't roll your full observation, though.
Oh, that's true.
It only rolled 4 dice.
Yeah. Oh, I must have done something wrong. I did hit observation. Just do it again?
Yeah, just try it again.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. All right. So yeah, the substance is definitely synthetic. It is not an organic compound. In fact, taking a look at it a little longer, you're certain what it is. It is the compound that makes up the synthetic skin of the working Joes.
Okay, so this is just more evidence that things played out the way we've been led to believe. So.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll report that to Mr. Wagner and Marshal Hobbs. And I have 2 more bodies to check out, so I'll get back to work.
Like I remark, wow, Jesus. So it did go down, make me think. Those Joes are attacking humans now.
There must be something behind this that is an external factor that we're missing. I think we might need to get to that working Joe so we can debug its memory core sooner rather than later.
I agree with that. But let's make sure we keep it quarantined. We don't know if this is some kind of computer virus or something that could spread to our working Joes. We have to make sure it stays on the other side of an airlock and doesn't come into any kind of contact with our computer system or our working Joe maintenance system or anything like that.
No, I agree. I think that's the correct procedure here. So let's check in with Jones, and we can get a plan together to extricate that working Joe from the Mayas.
I'll let you know if I find anything else that you need to know about.
It's great, Doc. Thanks.
Who can hear this? Hello?
Hello.
Grace, you hear me? Just as you're getting ready to leave your office to head up to the cantina, you get a message across your terminal that says, "We need to talk, Leslie."
Okay. Leslie is currently in the holding on which level again?
He's up on station 1, level 1.
Up on level 1. All right. So I'll just and this was as I was leaving to go to the bar, or
Yeah, you were just getting ready to leave your office.
Now I got everybody back.
Okay, refreshing.
all right. So at that point, I'll kind of change course and start going to see what's up with our Hyperdyne system.
Okay, perfect. All right, sorry about that. That was my
No,
fault.
no problem.
We had a lot of drops, and at least 3 or 4 of us just reconnected. I think we missed the Grace encounter if we need to know about it. Otherwise, we just go on.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yep. Sorry about that. That's all right. That's my fault anyway. So, all right. So that's no problem. Let me pull that to there, and all right. So let me cut over to Mike Jones since poor Mike's been by himself waiting. We are going to. I'm going to pull Mike over to the Midas since that's where you were headed, and we've got a whole bunch of old icons here. So let's kill these real quick. Clean that up. All right. So Mike, you see the Midas, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Perfect. So. Yeah, the ship was locked up. It doesn't seem. Everything seems to be the way you left it. Lights are on. Everything seems to be fine. Where do you want to head?
First things first, gonna go ahead and check out the door.
Okay.
Making sure that like it wasn't tampered, opened, or anything like that.
No, it is certainly closed and locked from the outside.
All right, perfect. Then I'm gonna go ahead and would I happen to know where the charging station for the Working Joe is? Was it in this room?
No. Leslie actually told you guys that it was in engineering.
Okay. I'm gonna go check out engineering, check out the charging station.
Okay. All right. It's when you come into engineering, it's off to the left. It's about a meter, maybe a little more than that tall, basic metal framework that the Joe steps into, and it plugs right in. It based on your knowledge of these having been on Roanoke, it not only charges the Joe if it needs to be charged, but it also provides a direct uplink to the mother system in case there's any orders given by mother.
Gotcha. Would I be able to open up the charging station, like just see the wiring on the inside, just to see if there was like any sign?
Oh, we just lost him. Uh-oh.
Joe's got him.
Getting bad fast.
Yeah, he's completely DC'd, I think. Oh, there he is.
Ah.
All right, you were just starting to say something, wanting to look at the wiring or something along those lines?
Yeah. I just wanted to check out. Oh, I just want to see like if there was like any obvious signs of tampering. Maybe a wire was misplaced, a fuse blown.
You can do an observation roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darn.
Did you want to push the roll?
Sure, why not?
All right.
And I'll put a story point into it.
Oh, okay.
That adds 1 extra, right?
No,
Or
a story
is it-
point is an automatic success.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yep. Yep. So is that what you want to do? You want to use your story point?
Sure.
Okay.
Would I still take the stress?
No, because at that point you don't even need to push the roll. You're just using a story point for success.
Gotcha.
So, and no, everything looks like it's in perfect operating order. It doesn't seem like anything's out of place here.
Interesting then. Yeah, I don't think we ever tried this. I want to go back to the door.
Okay.
With the droid,
Yep.
and then I'm gonna just knock on it. See if noise does anything.
That's really interesting. I like that. All right, so yeah, you hear you wrap your knuckles on the door and you hear the echoing of that throughout the entire vehicle bay that you're in, and you hear a Joe voice. It's kind of muffled by the door, but you definitely hear a Joe voice. Hello, is there someone out there?
I don't respond, and I was like, all right, cool. But like in my mind, I'm like, all right. So now I know that there's something at least in there. So that kind of puts me at ease a little bit.
Okay.
So.
All right. Do you want to do anything else while you're here?
No, just let I'm just gonna let radio into Hobbs, let him know that I have confirmed that there's at least a working Joe voice inside the that's currently been locked up in the bay. So
I radio back to him and said, hey, Jones, you're on the ship?
yeah, I just thought I'd investigate a little bit more and kind of just put me at ease to know that this thing's still here and not set loose.
Okay, hold fast there. We're on the way to meet you.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
I'll stand by.
All right. So McCafferty and I'm sorry, not McCafferty. Sorry, Klaus and Hobbs. That's where you guys are headed. You're headed toward Midas as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Before we head to the Midas, Klaus would suggest that he himself be armed and that we take 2 or 3 working Joes with us, because I don't think humans can manage one berserk working Joe.
No, I agree. I was just meaning to take a look at the situation before we start bringing over assets from the station onto that ship.
All right, of course.
I feel like this is the part of the movie where everyone starts to question the decisions that they themselves don't actually have to make. Why would you do this? Whereas when you're in the shoes, you're like, well, what else are we going to do?
Right.
Yeah. Let's just get in the running car. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah. Hide in the shed.
No, it's a great idea.
Okay, so are you arming Klaus or no?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know the laws out here. I'm talking out of character. I mean, what would?
It's the kind of like the Wild West.
Yeah. I mean, I figured it would be, but they try to make some sort of structure on the station. So, he is the company guy. So I guess he's in charge of he's not in charge of the whole thing, is he?
No, he's the lead company rep, excluding the station manager, Olafson.
Got it.
Right.
And the company, we're talking Seegson here.
Correct.
Okay. So, and marshals are employed by, is it the UC?
The United Americas Colonial Authority.
Okay, right. So they're outside of the chain of
Correct.
command.
You are the law enforcement, basically. You're the sheriffs.
And I've known Klaus on the station for a number of years, or
3 months.
Yeah. 3 months, and everything seems okay with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what? I turn to Klaus and I go, I understand your concerns. Let's see what the plan should be, and if it's appropriate, I don't have any problem with you arming yourself when we start doing this operation.
Okay. All right. So the available weapons you have for Klaus from the weapons locker is there is another shotgun in the weapons locker, and there is a service pistol.
Okay, and I'm carrying one shotgun and one service pistol myself. So
Correct.
Okay, so there's that up there. Yeah, I mean, I say that to Klaus and motion to that we should continue to, because we're not by the marshal's office at this point, right? We're headed into the elevator, or are we still?
I would say you probably started this conversation right as you guys were going to get to the elevator to head down to the main promenade and then Midas.
You know what? Since we're still up here, I'll go into the weapon. Let's go into Marshall's office. I'll open the weapons locker and Klaus one of the shotguns. Holding the shotgun.
Okay, so you're handing him a shotgun. I'm going to put that on your character sheet, Klaus. Mr. Wagner. Of course, it might help if I remember precisely. Give me 1 second here. There we go. 2 and 3, medium range, that's right. 2, 3, medium range. Armor doubled. Klaus, you should see that on your sheet, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And that also ups your encumbrance to 1, which really isn't that big of a deal. Alright, perfect. Alright, so we're going to let you guys do all that. And I'm going to drag you over to Midas main deck. You guys grab Klaus' shotgun, and then you head down to Midas. Meanwhile, I need to cut over to McCafferty for just a second. Give me a moment, guys.
I'm all ears.
All right. So you head up to the marshal's office.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you get to the door to the marshal's office, and it is locked. The outside door. Do you see the Roanoke Station 1?
I do, yes.
Okay, good.
I have level 1. I don't see... Oh, there I am.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't see my token, but then I showed up.
Yep.
Yeah.
The door leading into the marshal's office is locked.
Can I pop this thing open with a Comtech roll?
You can certainly try.
Beautiful.
And right now, no one in the party trusts you because they can't hear what's going on.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, a success. So yeah, you get the door open. It takes you a few minutes. You figure out the code, and you get into the marshal's office. And you see a security door to the right, which you're assuming is probably where the holding cells are. And of course, there's the other trappings of the marshal office: bunks, the weapons locker, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm moving over to and he's in the holding cell, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm just going to move over to the holding cell. Does it have a comm system? I can talk to him through the door? Or
Yes.
I have to open it up?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just page it.
All
Leslie,
right.
you've requested me. This is Grace McCafferty.
Yep. So
Pepperdine?
he stands and he says, "Thank you so much for coming so quickly. We have very limited time. The working Joes are not safe, and you know this as well as anybody. If you can get me out of here and get me down to Apollo, I can recall all the working Joes to their maintenance systems. But more importantly, this represents an excellent opportunity for Hyperdyne to get our business model back in place. Seeks and selling way too many of these working Joes."
I'm more than happy to assist. I just request that once I get you out, can you send a message to Hyperdyne from the Apollo system, or do we need to do that from a comm relay on the way?
We can do it from Apollo.
Excellent. Okay. We're going to do that, but as soon as we do, I want all video records that you have on your system that will be showing the working Joe malfunction while in Apollo sent to Hyperdyne, so that way they have it for corporate operations and just to ensure safety. As you say, no one should trust a working Joe, and we need to make sure this message gets off the station.
He kind of turns his head for a second. And he says, "I think not a problem." Oh, he can't hear me. Duh. I think it's important. Well, let me just simply tell you. I can also make it that all of the Joes go berserk if we really want that to happen. We can make Roanoke Station a disaster that the whole galaxy knows about.
Well, if we do that, can you get my safety off this vessel?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I can guarantee your safety.
All right. Safe. Sounds like a plan. Let's get you out of here until Apollo. And how do I open this door? Can I just toggle it, or?
You will need to make a comtech roll.
Alright.
But you can see that Leslie has actually messed around with the intercom controls inside the cell, and that's how he got a message to you, you bet. So you can get a +1 bonus die from him.
Alright, so modifier 1.
Would you like to push the roll?
Yes. Let me add my stress and do it again. Oh, my health is 0, but my health should be 2. I'm not dead. but
No,
I'm
you're
aware.
not dead. There it is. All right, so you have a bonus success, so you have a stunt. What would you like to do with the stunt?
I'm just gonna do it and then just scramble any evidence that it was me who did it.
Okay, perfect. All right, so then you get him out and you take him down to Apollo. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right, perfect. All right, so I'm going to unclick our little private conversation here.
Cool.
All right, I'm
Okay,
back.
so hold on a second. You said that was supposed to be a private conversation. I heard it. I thought you were doing it.
You heard that?
Oh,
I did too. Sorry, I didn't know that was supposed to be private.
I thought it was like, hey,
I'll,
ignore this stuff, guys.
I didn't know that was private. I'm sorry.
No,
It'd be cool if it was private.
I think that was, well, that must be my fault. I did something wrong, apparently, because we had a private conversation before that nobody heard. And you guys all were reconnecting because I guess you thought something was wrong. I forgot to warn you. All right, well, that's okay.
That's what it was when you gray out. I think that's the same thing or close to the same thing.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah.
Is that what that means when you gray out?
Yeah.
I assumed that it was, Roll20 acting up.
So I reconnected
connection
and
issue.
then
Yeah.
bypassed your private conversation. Oh, that's
well, I made my roll, so you don't know it's me.
I'll ignore.
That's
I'm
true.
gonna drive
That's
on.
true.
That is player knowledge. Our characters have no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the conversation, if that helps.
Yeah, I didn't reconnect
Perfect.
either. So
It was so messed up, dude.
Grace had a sexual relationship with a robot. Just don't think about it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
graphic too.
a fully functional, programmed in multiple techniques.
It's lonely out here in the frontier.
Hey, you do what you gotta do.
Do what
Things
you gotta
get
do.
get rough. Hobbs and Klaus, you guys see the Midas main deck? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, perfect.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna drag you guys over there, and so yeah, there's Jones, and there the three of you are.
All right.
I wave at Deputy Jones as we get in
All right.
and ask Marshal Hobbs where he would like to begin.
Okay, so I see. Let's see. I see Jones off by the security door, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we don't know what's transpired there, except that he's down here. So I guess we go over to him and start talking about that. So I ask him. I go, you contact the Joe inside here.
Yeah. So I thought I'd come investigate, just see if I can find anything else. Tried to check out the charging station of the Joe, and I point over at the what do you call it, the 3 area.
Yep.
Didn't see anything that could have what do you call it, at least visibly, that could suggest that there was some sort of tampering or malfunctioning. Then I thought I'd just come and check and on the Joe itself, and I knocked on the door and I got a reply, and it sounded like a working Joe.
No kidding. So he is really in there. Okay. Um, well, we need to get him out of there. The station manager wants us to evacuate the Midas, and so that we can conduct tests on working Joes in there. Thinking, let's. Why don't you stay here? I will collect a couple of working Joes to come down to assist if we need them,
Okay.
and I'll return, and we can secure the Joe that's inside and bring him in for diagnostic testing.
Gotcha. And Marshall, with that, do we have any means of restraining the working Joe if he goes berserk?
Yeah,
And
that's a good
yeah,
question. It's
'cause, like, I look down at, like, my handcuffs. I'm assuming I might have handcuffs. I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't know if these things can stop a Joe.
Yeah, you would have the general belief that a set of handcuffs, even tensile steel, is not going to restrain a Joe for very long if it chooses not to be restrained. However, if you are going to go grab a couple working Joes from elsewhere, then certainly certainly they probably two Joes would be stronger than one.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. So I mean, I'm just guessing that this station is a lot like the Titanic without the proper safety equipment to foresee a disaster. So I don't think there's going to be I'm thinking out of player side is there's not going to be any provisions to secure a Joe because we were assured they're perfectly safe.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. So we're going to have to make do, and the station manager
I mean, you can't
wants
even
the
get
Joe.
Wayland Yutani to pay for handrails. What kind of safety equipment do you want? All right. So to make this quick, if you just want to collect a couple working Joes, there's two hanging out in the main promenade, so you could easily stick your head out there and grab the two of them. They're programmed to respond to human orders, so that would not be a problem at all.
Okay, and then my plan would be to station the two Joes outside of the door to block the potential Joe that might, not the potential Joe, but block him from potentially charging out and into the main area. I would also secure the airlock door with a key card so that he wouldn't be able to run into the station. So it would be two working Joes at the door, myself and Jones flanking them to the left and right, and we've got Klaus hanging back behind. I would ask him to, out of harm's way, but he's got a shotgun if he needs it. And we go over the plan with everybody and see what's next.
Okay. All right. So the next step would be getting into the door. It's been locked electronically from the outside, so someone's going to need to make a ComTech roll to get in there.
Okay.
And while he's doing that, Tomansky, I would say at this point you've probably moved on to the next body, which if you're doing it in the order of the murders, that would be the medic Stroud. Okay. It's by the way, you found physically nothing else wrong with Askew by any means, and on Stroud you're finding Stroud's the one whose head was twisted around, neck broken. Obviously, an immense amount of strength. A normal human being couldn't do that by any means. There, you don't find any additional residue on Stroud. And thinking back to the footage you saw on the PDAT, you guys never actually saw Stroud get murdered one way or the other, so you just simply don't know how this would. Based on your observation and medical aid rolls, though, you're putting together that perhaps she was surprised by by an assailant who was very strong, probably got her from behind. She didn't even know that the individual was there. That's kind of what you're starting to come together with. But but death was almost instantaneous.
Okay, very good. I mean, I'll just continue with my work.
Okay. All right. Very good. So did someone make a contact roll to get in the door?
We
I
did
didn't because
not.
I've got a. I don't have any bonus for
Klaus,
contact.
would you
It's
be?
just a 0, so it'd
You
be
have a high
base roll of
contact roll,
3.
right?
Anybody else?
Yes, deputy. I know.
Okay. Would you be able to hack it? Get it open, and then once you get it open, step to the side as quick as you can.
I will look to do so right now.
All right.
Two successes. You have a stunt.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay.
Just need to figure out what I can do with that stunt again.
Comtech, you can bank +1 die for a future roll. You can automatically overcome the next time you got to get through a door. You can do it in
Let's
half the
bank it.
time.
Let's bank it.
Bank a die? Okay. All right, perfect. All right, perfect. So, yeah, you're able to... Okay.
Oh, we lost Marty for a second. He's back.
No, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you're able to. You're able to hack the code relatively easily and get the door open. Standing about 3 feet away on the other side of the door is a working Joe android, which I guess you're probably not surprised by. You expected it. This is working Joe number. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I should have had that ready to go. I do apologize. It just dawned on me that for some reason I did not have that. This is Working Joe number 620. And he simply, when the door opens, he simply tilts his head and says, "Oh, hello." When you look at him for a moment, or there's definitely old dried blood on its hands, and one of its boots as well has a reddish brown tinge around the underside of the sole that you can see. Now, of course, you suspected and even had reason to believe that Working Joe had actually committed these crimes, but you're now seeing it in person, seeing blood on the hands of a Working Joe android, that's cause for the three of you to gain a point of stress, I do believe.
But as I freak out a little bit, I forget to move back, and I just ask him, "What did you do?" I kind of stare at him.
It looks back at you, those creepy, slightly glowing, unblinking eyes. Yes, and it tilts its head and says, "I do not understand. I have been standing here for nearly 3 months."
Jesus, 3 months? He thinks he's been standing here for 3 months?
Joe
I
620.
suddenly remember where I am, and I take quite a few steps back and behind the closest marshal. And I look down and say, "The blood! Why are you covered in blood?"
All right, perfect, Grace. It tilts its head back up and says, "I do not understand."
Joe 620, why are your hands red and your boots red?
It lifts its hands and it looks down at its hands, and then it looks down at its feet, and then it looks back up. I do not know.
All right, Joe 620. Oh,
yeah.
I'm ordering you to take off your boots. Oh,
Yeah, let's do that. If we need to fix his issues really quickly, yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay.
So I'll see everybody back in 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right, perfect.
All right.
I would say that some of the most cinematic moments I've had playing this game have involved working Joes. Sometimes it takes. I've run the cinematic scenarios, so I haven't done any of my own original stuff. But sometimes it takes so long to grind through and get to an alien encounter that the robots just become a danger sooner. I've been running a module called Alenia Bay. That's
Yep.
a free league module that didn't come out, and some of us got it to do a convention back in December. PAX Unplugged. So I've been running Alenia Bay, and working Joes are a big problem in Alenia Bay too, long
They
before
are.
aliens are. And both times that I've run it, my players got to where Storage B is, where all the stuff is. Sounds like you've seen the module.
Yep.
Where Storage B is, where all the stuff is. Both of them have reached a point where they're like, all right, well, we've got to get out of sight of these things for a few minutes and cut a hole through this wall. And then in one way or another, that's because I didn't try to push the action this way at all. In one way or another, inside that cafeteria, that's become a complicated problem both times. And they both have had some kind of like horrific, like white coolant spewing like slasher incident where at one point like 2 or 3 of them grabbed the working Joe and they basically gutted this fucker to try to get it at its data core and its battery and to try to be allowed to cut through the wall. And then of course they figured out why it was trying to keep them from cutting through the wall, and joke's on you. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of the games that I've played, there's been some kind of violent robot encounter.
Yeah, with this game in, if you're playing a campaign mode like with Space Truckers or whatever, it's very important as the GM that you don't introduce the xenomorph too quickly.
Yeah, or too often, right?
Exactly. So, the xenomorph's got to be a really dangerous, terrifying thing when it shows up. And, and you've got some other things you can work with, obviously. You've got other creatures in the book and anything else you want to homebrew. But, the android, whether it's a Hyperdyne or a working Joe, quite often ends up being an antagonist at some point. It just has to be. And of course, the funny thing is when a player is playing an android that's actually just an okay guy, because no one trusts him. Once they know he's an android, no one trusts him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nobody trusts them, and then in the case of Alenia Bay, they are standing in your way, and they're like half protecting you, but half really they're not protecting you.
Right.
And,
Where do you get a copy of Alenia Bay? Like, I saw the actual play forever ago on the...
I got it through Gehana Gaming, because we were picked up. Well, I got picked up by them. I'm not in their group, but I'm like one of the people who works with them on the side now. They got picked up by Free League and a couple other publishers to run their games at PAX Unplugged. So I would assume that Free League sent it to them. They sent it to me. And then we ran it at the con, but obviously Marty has it. It's out there in different places. I'm not sure where else you would download it, but it sounds like it's out there.
I got the PDF way back when I think it was Effect Podcast ran it. I got the PDF back then. I don't remember where I got it. I don't know if it's posted maybe on their YouTube channel or a link to it perhaps. Oh, hey, look, there's Jim. But he looks like Cole, or maybe Cole looks like Jim. I'm not sure. Yeah, I hear you. You're a little muffled, but we hear you.
A little muffled? Okay. All right.
Oh, so that's much better.
Cole, there's Cole.
Yep.
Probably seen him, but
Hey.
Yeah, I think we're working.
Wait a minute. He's wearing a Nirvana shirt. Are you even old enough to know who Nirvana is?
Yes.
All right. So we're good here.
Sorry, I gotta pick when I get a chance. I'm called old so often, and what I come to find is that you young people, especially the young millennials and the Gen Zers, all seem to think you guys invented everything. So I gotta pick on you when I get the opportunity. No offense, man.
Get off my lawn.
Yeah, that's the truth.
How old are you, Marty?
I'm really not that old. My wife will tell you I was born 40, which would make me 83, but I'm 43.
Okay.
So
I was gonna say I don't think you're that much older. I'm 37.
Yeah. I have my days though. I'll tell you, 43 feels a lifetime older than 37 did.
Huh. Can't wait.
Yeah, I know. I'm really talking it up, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm 10 years older than you, and I got to tell you, when I hit 40, things started falling apart. 50, they really fell apart, and now it's like I'm recovery mode these days.
Yeah, that's exciting. Thanks. I really want to hear that. Now I got, with everything else I got going on, I got more to look forward to in about 7 years. That's fantastic.
Good times.
Yeah. It's like what my dad said when he turned, I guess when he turned 50, he said, they say 50's the new 40, but 50 just feels old.
No, it kind of is. So enjoy.
Yeah.
But it's better than not aging at all, right?
Well, that's your other option, right?
Yeah.
All right, so back to the Midas main deck. Jones, you were getting ready to say something to the Joe.
Yes. Joe 628, I want you to take off your boots, turn around, and put your hands behind your back.
Certainly, sir. it starts to comply. It reaches down and it's got a zipper that runs up the sides of the insides of its boots, and it runs those down, and it lifts its foot up and pulls one boot off, then the other, and still holding its boots, it turns around and faces the other way and puts its hands behind its back.
I look over at Hobbs, like, are we good to do this?
Yeah, Hobbs jumps in there and he tells 810 and 1732 to move forward and to the left and right of, is it 638?
620.
620.
620. Move to the left and right of 620, and I would follow along behind them.
In fact, there's 620 right there.
I also just want to say, like, I have my hand on my my gun at the ready.
That's
in
fine.
case anything just happens.
Perfect. All right, perfect. And so then you guys start to move out of Midas. Is that the plan?
Once we have him handcuffed, although knowing that handcuffs are going to probably do much, but as long as he's flanked and handcuffed, we can start moving off.
All right, perfect. I'm going to drag you guys back to Main Promenade. If nobody has anything else they want to add there. I don't... Yeah, Drew. All right. You guys should see Main Promenade now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Grace, you there? Grace?
I was muted.
Oh, you're muted. Okay, good.
I did that to myself.
That's fine. That's fine. So you see sub-level 2, is that correct?
I do.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. All right, so we are going to drag you to right there, and we are going to drag him to right there, and so the elevator pops open, and the hallway, the large hallway of sublevel 2, is empty, and you see the 3 security doors with the one leading to Apollo to the left.
All right, let's go. And as I approach the door, I look at Leslie and I said, "Do you need any help accessing the system?" Or
he says, I am an electrician. I am an electronics technician, so I'm very proficient. However, a little help is never a bad thing.
Guys, this isn't meant to be a private conversation.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. The cat's out of the bag.
Okay.
Except maybe to Jones, who's going, "What's going on here? I didn't hear all this."
Just checking because I hear you this time, and I
That's fine.
felt like I should say something.
So,
Sorry.
that's fine. That's fine. So, you give him some assistance, and he gets the door open, and then he moves in. Apollo is a large square room with a huge computer terminal in the middle of it, and blinking lights and monitors everywhere.
right. Once we get in, I'd like to actually close and lock the door behind us.
Okay. Make a contact roll. Closing it's easy. It's the locking part that... Oh, 3 successes. Look at that. That's a thing of beauty.
Nice.
Close it, lock it, delete the security ID that it was me who was recently accessed this.
Okay. And you still have 1 additional success. You still have 1 additional stunt.
I'm gonna make it so that I don't ever have to roll to lock this particular door again.
That works. That works. All right. As you finish that, you turn around to see that Leslie has opened up a... I can't explain any other way to say he's opened up what looks like a panel on his arm. And he has plugged into Apollo. Okay. All right. So, switching back to the main promenade. So we should have on the main promenade, we should have Jake and Roberto in the... Oops, sorry, I don't know why Grace is right there. Jake and Roberto in the cantina, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then we should have the marshals, Hobbs and Jones, as well as Klaus. as well as these two working Joes with number 620 in between them. Let me find Joe 620. There we go. All right, so you guys are moving down the hallway into the promenade, is that correct?
That's correct, and with the intention of going up to the marshal's office to... Well, no, actually, let me ask about that.
Please.
When Joes are connected to their charging station, are they able to disconnect on their own, or does it need a command to come on?
No, they can disconnect on their own if they receive some sort of orders. Yeah.
So I guess is the default understanding that when they enter their charging hibernation station that they become inactive and basically shut down? Or
generally, that's correct. Correct.
Okay.
They need to start back up at that point. Whenever they receive an order, they're basically in a low power mode. For instance, if you're standing there and they're standing in their bay, seemingly shut down, you could say, "Hey Joe, go pick up this box," and he would start back up and go do it. It would just take him a moment.
Yeah, like Siri.
Right. So as you guys enter the main promenade, you hear Sven Olafsson's voice come over the station-wide intercom, and he says, "Working Joe's number 203-357-479-753-810, 1054, 1470, 1685, 1652, 1732, 1831, 1998. Return to maintenance, priority 1. And after he says that, these
we hear that in the cantina everywhere. Hears that?
You do hear that in the cantina. If you're on the station, you hear that.
Okay, cool.
And so these two Joes actually move off from the working Joe that they're escorting and head towards towards one of the elevators. As well as the door to the Seegson store open and the general store, and these two working Joes come out and also head to the elevator.
Was one of them the working Joe that was left for sale in the Seegson store?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that include the working Joe that's in medical?
Yes. Tomansky, your working Joe turns towards the door and starts headed away.
Hobbs just what the F is going on here? He's going to go over to the nearest intercom because I'm assuming his walkie doesn't reach admin. It's two-way, right? It's not, right. It doesn't broadcast. So, I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I'm trying to find a comm station so that I can tell him to call the working Joes.
Perfect. All right, so you hit the intercom up to admin where Sven is, and he says, "Yes, what is it?"
Olafsson, what the hell is going on here? We need those Joes to secure the Renegade from the ship.
Apollo has informed me that we received a priority 1 communique from the network from Seegson corporate. All working Joes need an immediate update. It won't take long. It's the update itself will take less than a minute, but they said it's priority 1. It must be handled ASAP. So I've called them all.
Understood. Except now we have an unsecured potential Renegade Joe with humans, while our security team of Joes is walking off.
He pauses and then he says, "Well, I've just flicked on the monitor." Looking over the promenade, it looks like it's just standing there.
It is. We don't know what it's going to do, and we need the strength of the other Joes to contain it if it starts to act out.
Okay. While you're having that conversation, the Joes get in one of the elevators and close the doors and head down. As soon as they are out of sight, I'm going to... Everyone's like, "Oh, crap, now something bad's about to happen." What could possibly happen?
Initiative.
Yes.
Good things. I have to ask, the one Eastern European, is she a Proggy? Union of Progressive People?
You don't know. You don't know, but she definitely has an accent that sounds like what they would say in the 20th century, what they would call Eastern Bloc.
Yeah, and she said something earlier about we don't really have like synthetics, which is like a UPP thing, I think.
Yeah, unless you've played Destroyer of Worlds, there's a little bit of information in there, but about something the UPP came across, some old cache of old David 7 combat androids. All right. So, I am going to close my advanced roller. I didn't mean to. This is... Sorry, bear with me. I apologize. Just getting all my shit in one sock. And... Oh, wow. Okay. The... Hobbs, you hear from behind you the working Joe that... Well, wait a minute. Hobbs, you moved off to the intercom, which...
I did.
So that's probably... We're going to say that's going to be up against the wall for sure, but a little bit away from the working Joe. So in that case, I have to change my decision point there. Klaus! Well, you all hear this. Oh, that's not good.
Oh,
Klaus, working Joe 620 says, "Excuse me, sir. I believe there is something wrong with your neck." And all of a sudden, you feel its hands around your head. You get to make one reaction. You can make a close combat roll.
ouch.
But I don't want to make a close combat roll.
Nobody wants to make a close combat roll.
And I use a story point to just, as he grabs, stagger back and avoid his grab.
Yes, absolutely. I'll let you do
Nice.
that. Absolutely. So the thing is immensely strong, and it feels like it was just about to get a grip on your head, and you're able to dance away from it just in time. So
Time just gave me the PDA, man.
all right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to roll initiative. So click your the three of you in there. Click your icon, and then click the initiative dice button on your character sheet.
Got it. Initiative dice, not card, right?
Correct.
Dice.
Wow, you guys are rolling low. Well, except for Hobbs.
That might be all you need.
That might be all you need. All right. That might be all you need. So, we've got Klaus and... I'm missing somebody.
You're missing me. Would you be able to just right-click on my name and just add me, add turn?
Yeah, I probably can do that.
Thank you.
If I can figure out how to do that. Well, I'll do it the hard way. What was your score?
4.
A 4. Very good. Very good. Very good. So what I'll do is I'll do it this way, there, and then I'll just edit it as a 4. All right. Perfect. Perfect. And I'm going to close that. And what the heck? My turn order just disappeared.
I still see it.
I still sit
I
online.
see it.
Yeah,
Did you
we-
minimize it on your side? Like double click it to minimize? Sometimes they hide like that.
Yeah, I don't have it. Okay, all right. Well, you guys can see it. That's all that matters. So, you guys can babysit me through it if I need to. I don't know where it went to though. It didn't minimize, and I can't bring it back up. That's very strange. Obviously, I screwed something up. Anyway, so
Klaus is 2. Looks like Mike Jones and the Working Joe are 4, and then Hobbs is 12.
yep. So Klaus, you are a 2. You get to go first. What would you like to do?
I lift up the shotgun and shoot him in the face.
All right, perfect. The shotgun is one of those. It is one of those weapons that actually, because you guys are all in engage range, you're in point blank range to this thing. The shotgun gets a +3 bonus at engaged range. So make a shotgun attack with a +3 modifier.
Nice. Oh,
Huh. Would you like to push the roll?
We pushed that roll.
All right.
ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
2 successes with a face hugger. So please roll your panic. A 4. All right. So you've very rarely fired a gun in your life, much less at one of your own androids. So that's causing you some stress, but you're holding it together. Shotgun does 3 damage. Is that correct? And you have a stunt.
Let's see. Stunts.
Now here's that's from close combat or ranged combat, I guess.
It's
since,
ranged combat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because it was a ranged combat attack, even though you're in engaged range.
Exactly right.
Can I get opponent prone as the shotgun just shoots him and he falls over?
Absolutely, absolutely. So you strike an excellent hit. The shotgun goes off. Which hey, look at that! Look at that! Look what we have. If I were willing to pay for roll 20, I could actually macro it so that when you fire a shotgun, it would make a shotgun sound. But you shred this thing, the Joe's jumpsuit, and of course the white goop is coming out of it as it falls to the ground from the blast of the attack. So next on a 4. We've got the Joe as well as Jones. Jones, what's your agility?
My agility is a 3.
Is a 3. Okay, so the Joe has a 4 agility, so I'm going to let it go first.
Gotcha.
So it stands up, and then it is going to randomly attack. On a 1 to 3, it's going to attack the guy who just shot it. And on a 4 to 6, it's going to go after Jones. It goes after Jones. Jones, roll a d6 for me, if you would, please. A 1. Okay. It stands up and approaches you ominously, and you can feel the threat of this thing coming towards you. Gain a point of stress, Jones.
Okay.
And that's all it does. All right, so Jones, your turn.
So my revolver says medium range. Is there any issue for me shooting at engaged range?
No, there's a penalty. Medium range means that that's the maximum range it can hit a target at. Firing a firearm at engaged range, you get a -3 penalty with every weapon except a shotgun.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now you have a fast action and a slow action.
That's right. And I can't remember which.
Does that mean you can? Does that mean you can? I would just ask as a potential combatant, you could back up out of engaged and take the shot. I don't think there are attacks of opportunity, if I remember right.
Oh no, there are. If you are in engaged range with an enemy, movement is a fast action. You can make a fast action to move a zone away, but you have to make a mobility roll. If you fail, it gets a free attack.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Now, a very popular fast action with ranged weapons is to aim. You can use a fast action to aim, which gives you a +2 bonus.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. And so in total, it'd just be a -1.
Correct.
Attack?
Correct.
Okay.
So make an attack roll with a -1 penalty.
Okay, and then -1.
Oh, would you like to push the roll?
He's very ominous. Yes.
Okay. All right.
-1.
The dice gods have ruled that you do not
That's
survive.
right.
Oh my god.
You take a shot at this thing at point blank range, and you miss, and your bullet embeds itself into the wall. Fortunately, you're on the main promenade, so that shot would not penetrate the outside of the vessel, but that would be mildly concerning. All right, so we are on Hobbs. What you doing, Hobbs?
Well, I presume I was still staring at the Comtech
At the
controls,
intercom.
right, when the intercom when this all started happening. So I hear the commotion, I hear the gunshot. And let's see, I will. So if I'm looking at the intercom, do I need to? We're in the same zone, so do I need to do a fast action to
Not to
turn around?
turn. No, it's
Nothing like that?
yeah, it's not that complex a system.
And when I turn, how far away do I see any of the humans from the?
Oh, the
Joe.
the Klaus and Jones are right next to each other, and the Joe is right up on them, within a couple feet.
Shit. Okay, so I don't want to use a scatter gun on that.
Well, it's only a problem if you miss.
Well, right, and yeah, it's only a problem if I miss. So I'm going to. Oh boy, I'm going to use my. I'm going to use. I don't think he gets this technical, but are we shooting slugs or
No,
shot?
it's not that technical.
It's not that technical. All right, screw it. We've got a renegade on here, so I'm going to take aim as a fast action, and I'm going to blast him with the shotgun.
Okay, so engaged range gives you a +3 with the shotgun, and then you get +2 for aiming.
All right, so it's total of +5.
It's a total of +5.
Excellent. So I'm going to attack with the shotgun. What's the RC on the weapons? Oh, that's close combat. Okay, so I get a +5 here. Come on. 7s. Ooh!
Oh,
Nice. Okay,
that's
so
a
one.
lot of dice. Oh my gosh.
Yeah! Right. Well, all right, so
Make your panic roll. Okay, so holding it together. So 3 successes. A shotgun does 3 damage automatically, and you have 2 stunts.
2 stunts. And this is ranged combat. I will take I can take 2 of the same stunt.
Depending on what it is. Some stunts can only be taken once, but some can be
I
taken
see.
twice.
And okay, so can I do an extra 1 of damage, and I will also have the shotgun pushed back or fall into prone?
Okay, all right. So you'll knock it prone. Would you make a D6 roll for me? Just a single D6?
Sure.
A 4. All right, so you take aim at this thing, and your shotgun blasts off. You hit it. You hit it right in the face, and the head seems to just kind of rip off the neck and just kind of flings backwards, and then it's just hanging limp. It's held on by just some extra, just a couple interior cords and a bit of fake robotic flesh, and it falls to the ground, but it appears to still be functional. So,
Okay.
now, Jimenez and Robertson, you guys are in the cantina, and over the music and through the door, you absolutely hear the sound of shotgun blasts.
Gonna look over at Jimenez and jump above the door and run for the door to see what's going on.
All right. All right. So you run over to the door and you see Jimenez. You're following him to the door.
Following.
Okay. So yeah, you see the 2 marshals and Wagner standing around with weapons drawn at this working Joe that is on the ground, full covered in a bunch of its white goop, with its head kind of dislocated off to the side. And I'm going to, if you guys will click your icons and roll initiative, I would appreciate. Roll initiative dice off the character sheet.
Okay. Hang on. Where's initiative?
It's on the character sheet. It says initiative dice. It's
I see it.
there you go.
Sorry, my dog's going nuts too.
No, it's okay. It's okay. That's what dogs do.
She's angry at the mailman.
All right. Now, what I
Oh no, it's not the mailman. All right.
I really need to get this. I don't know why my turn order. I wonder if I reload the page if I'll get my turn order back. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try and reload this really quickly. Bear with me. Ah, there we go. All right, perfect. Everyone hear me okay? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
No.
All right, hold on.
You don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, perfect. There we go. All right, sorry about that, but not having my turn order was driving me insane, so I needed to get that back really quickly. Okay.
You got it back?
Yep, I do have it back. So
Nice.
I appreciate that.
And be nice now?
Yep.
Good girl.
Now, so we are back to the start of the round. Wagner, you are 2. Even though this Joe's been knocked to the ground and its head is dislocated, it seems like it's trying to get back up.
I will just backpedal furiously until I hit a wall or something.
Okay. All right. Which direction are you going? Oh, God. What is that? There's too many sounds going on there. There we go. All right. So that's fine. And because the thing is prone, I'm not going to make you make the mobility roll. So moving that way is 1 zone. So that takes a fast action. You still have a slow action.
Can I ready my shotgun? If it gets up, I'll shoot.
Okay, so basically taking an Overwatch that if it stands up, you're shooting at it.
Yes.
That's perfect. I'm good with that. Absolutely. And that brings us to the Joe and Jones, which the Joe has we determined the Joe has a higher agility than Jones, so it uses its fast action to stand, and which would put Mr. Klaus in the position for his Overwatch to go off. So, Klaus, you can make a ranged combat attack against it. Two successes. All right, Klaus, roll a d6 for me, would you? A 6. All right. So, Klaus blasts away at it with his shotgun, and this time the Jones falls down to the Joe falls down to the ground and stops moving. You see the light kind of fade from its eyes.
Shit, those things are tough.
And that
We opened lost.
that finishes initiative, or finishes combat, I should say. And I'm going to clear the initiative list. All right. So, what's everybody up to?
Hobbs is trying to collect himself because he was staring at an intercom panel, and next thing he knows, he's taking aim and blowing the head off of a Seegson asset. So he is like, what the fuck is going on here? And he turns to get back on the intercom, to warn Olafson about what just occurred.
Okay. Olafson comes on the intercom, and he says, I saw it on the security monitor. What the hell was that?
Well, Olson, it's part of your problem that this happened. Why did you take our security away? You almost lost people down here.
Well, I think you had it under control, but it was a priority one from Apollo. I just it came straight from Seeks and higher up. I don't really have. I mean, how would I know this was going to happen?
Exactly. How did you know this is going to happen? We needed our security. We'll talk about this later when I flip the intercom off.
Okay. All right. So Jake and Jimenez, what are you two doing? Are you?
Well, I'm gonna definitely come out into the promenade. What the hell was that? What happened?
Sorry. And who said that?
Jake Robertson.
Yeah, one of these skin jobs decided to go off on their own and attacked Jonas.
Is that the one from the Midas?
That's the Midas synth.
Well, what the hell's it doing out here by itself?
That's a problem. We're going to talk about that later. We need to go and find the rest of the Joes and make sure that they're secured as well.
Well, they all just got called to maintenance, didn't they?
They did, and that's where I went ahead.
All right.
Looking at Klaus. First off, just checking. Hey, Klaus, you okay?
Klaus pats him down with his one hand, other one holding the shotgun. I think so. No holes. Do you want me to investigate this Joe's memory corp or help you with the other Joes? Marshals?
Let's see if you can. Well, since this one's already here, let's see if we can just get rid of, just get the data from this guy, if at all possible. Or would you happen to know where the data is on this Joe? If it's like just stored in its head?
Details file.
Let's kill the music. There we go. All right. Sorry, I just killed the music because it was reverbing a little bit on my end. Klaus, Klaus, you would know how to access the system by all means. Grace, you with us?
I'm with you.
Okay. Leslie looks up to you and says, Ms. McCafferty, in 1 minute, the other working Joes on this station are going to disconnect from maintenance. You had best be away from them by then.
All right. At that, I'm going to pop open the door.
Okay.
Leave. Lock
Okay.
it behind me.
Okay.
And then, man. Use to restore to the docks. I'm going to start going to the main promenade to go to the docks.
All right. Perfect. All right. Back on the main promenade. All right. Dottie, meanwhile, she had stuck her head out of the cantina, just kind of looks at what's going on or what has happened, and she shakes her head and says, with her heavily Eastern European accent, you can't trust non-humans. And then she just turns and she walks back into the cantina. And, of course, then you've got Perry Benoit and Christian Clark that have all popped out. They've come running out of the stores. And there's all sorts of, what's going on? What was all the shooting? You've got all that type of mayhem going on.
I speak up as the marshal. I said, ladies and gentlemen, please return to your posts. Secure your doors. The danger is left this floor, but we don't know what else is happening on the station.
Quick question. Do these shots reverberate throughout the station? Can they be heard on another level?
That is a valid question, and you know what? I'm going to let you make an observation roll to see if you hear that. So yeah, you're started from your work. As you hear, it's very hard to hear. It's very muffled, but you swear you heard a shotgun and then another one.
Okay. I'll grab my first aid kit,
Okay.
and I don't know if she could surmise that these shots came from the promenade or not.
No, that would be hard to tell. You're certain they weren't on this level. That's for sure. Because they would have been much clearer.
In that case, I'll page the marshal and the deputy on the intercom.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you guys are down there, and you hear Tomansky paging you over the intercom.
Since I'm the first one, I'm the closest to intercom. Still, I'll answer back and go flip it on. Doctor, we've locked down a dangerous situation here in the promenade, but there still may be danger on the station. I suggest that you remain in your lab and lock the door.
Okay. Playing true to the character sheet, the doctor will say, "I'm on my way," and she'll head to the elevator.
Okay.
Head down to the promenade.
All right. So yeah, Hobbs hears the intercom click off and just starts shaking his head and you go, "All right, let's get this thing moving." And so I look at Jones and motion over to the elevator so that we can go see where the rest of the Joes are.
All right. You motion to the elevator so you can. I'm sorry. What was that?
So that we can go find the rest of the Joes and see what's happening with their recall and if there's any more danger.
Okay. All right. So that should put everybody on the main promenade as what you should see on your screen. Is that correct?
I think so. Yeah, I see 5 characters on the main promenade.
Yep.
Right.
So
not everybody. You're still missing Grace and.
Right. So you guys are moving over to the elevators, and just as that happens, you see both elevators are actually in use. And out of one, which was coming down, pops Willow Tomansky, and then the other one, which opens up, has Grace McCafferty in it.
What's going on? I just kind of look. I'm like, all the people here. What happened?
So it's Grace and Tomansky step out different elevators.
Different elevators. Tomansky came from up above, and McCafferty came from down.
Okay. Ladies, would you please go to the cantina and lock the door behind you?
Is anybody hurt?
No, nobody that we know of so far. We managed to disable the synth that attacked us, and it's I know it's unprecedented, but we have to assume that other synths may be compromised on the station.
Well, if that's the case, we should get to the safety. We should just get off station until Hobbs. The
we can't. The marshals aren't going to abandon the station. Please go to the cantina and lock yourselves there so that we can manage the situation.
I'll move out of your way.
All right. As the two of them leave the elevators close, and before you can do anything, the elevator doors close, and the elevators go down. And that will actually end Act 2.
Wow. Okay, so we didn't get on the elevators then, right? They closed.
No. As soon as they came out, the elevators closed and went down on their own accord.
Okay.
So, looking at. All right, so looking at agendas, excuse me. So just going down the list, Tomansky, that's an easy one. Absolutely, you achieved your story point. Grace McCafferty, yep, you're moving forward there. Heath Hobbs.
I didn't get any of my personal agenda.
Yeah, it kind of moved beyond you quickly to who, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jake, absolutely. I give that to you. Klaus, oh yeah, yours is straightforward. You did that. That's fine. Mr. Jones. Well, yeah, That's a tough one. I'm not sure that you actually got to the bottom of it before
Nope.
things started happening. So apologize there.
It's all good.
Yeah, Roberto Jimenez. For the interactions and everything, yeah, I'll give you that. Absolutely. All right, so let me pull up my handy dandy PDF and get everybody their Act 3 agendas. And if I can find it. Oh, that's right, I got to be careful because one's in alphabetical order and the other is not. So give me just a moment, please, to get that done. Okay. Klaus, you should be good. And
Cool, got it.
perfect. Grace should be good.
Let me. Yep.
Oh, why is this not copying? Okay, what the heck? Hold on. Hold on just a second. Jones, I'm having a little difficulty with yours.
I was on mine, so maybe I just closed mine out, so maybe
Okay.
that might be the issue.
Maybe it just wouldn't copy paste, so I'm just typing it over.
Gotcha.
All right, there. You should see that. Sorry if there's a typo or something. I was just trying to move quickly. Heath.
All right, got it.
Mr. Hobbs. Heath Hobbs. There we go. That should be there. Roberto Jimenez. All right, Jimenez, you should see yours.
Yeah.
Perfect. Jake Robertson.
Yep, good.
And Willa Tamansky. It did the same thing on yours. It only copied part of it. Hold on. Let me get that for you. All right, there we go. Tamansky, you should have yours.
Yes, I do.
All right, perfect. All right, so what's everyone up to?
Well, I had suggested all the non-martial individuals to secure themselves behind a locked door like the cantina, and I'm just going to assume that they're going to listen to what I'm saying, and I'm going to start jamming the button for the elevator again to see if we can get down.
And I'd like to go over to the intercom, wherever the closest one is, and
There's probably
call for
one right
Sven.
next to the elevator.
Okay, just want to make sure. Call for Sven and see if he might know what's going on. Let him know that the elevators just both went down for some reason. Literally down.
He says, I don't know what's going on. I've lost all feeds across the entire station. Something strange is going on here. It's like Apollo's not even answering me.
What? I inform Hobbs of the situation as well.
Jesus, are we losing comms on the station now?
Yeah, Sven says, hold on just a moment. And he is going to do this, even though he's not very good at it. Come on. Yeah, he says, Apollo's there. I can ping the computer, but I've lost all security feeds. I've lost control over everything. We have communications, but I can't monitor what's going on. What's the situation?
Well, right now, we don't know. All personnel is currently here on the promenade. From my head count, would that be a correct assessment? All living personnel?
They are, yeah, because the other three are... So, yeah, everybody except for Sven, of course. He's up in admin, but everybody else is there.
Yeah. All living personnel are here, and except for the working Joes, and except for yourself, Sven, so... And then you were going to say something? Sorry, Hobbs.
No, I guess I missed the part where Grace came up. She did come up on the elevator with. Never mind. She was in a separate elevator.
Yeah. So Tomansky, you came down. I came up from my office in sublevel 1.
Obviously. Then, Sven, are you able to secure yourself inside your office for the time being until we can figure out what's exactly is going on?
Yeah, I can do that. I can. Well, of course, the Joes all know the Joes and most of you all know the codes to get in. But if you're suggesting that I need to put in input some sort of different code to block entry, I can do that.
Yeah, I don't know what's myself and Hobbs don't know what's going on, so I think that'd be best for the time being.
Yeah, Jones and Hobbs don't know what's going on. Everyone else knows what's going on.
In the middle of everybody kind of talking about what they're going to do, Jake could pipe up. He has no problem at all with getting behind a locked door, like the marshals said, but also would probably pipe up and ask why everybody else has to stay on the station if the marshals don't want to abandon it. This situation's obviously spiraling.
That's fair.
I'm sorry. For some reason, my audio cut out. What was that?
Jake would basically pipe up that he has no problem with everybody who's not a marshal getting out of the way, but ask why everybody who's not a marshal can't just get off the station.
Right. So you guys can go wherever you want as long as it's a secure location, but I need accountability, so report back to me.
The elevator's on its way back up. Both of them are.
Okay. And second question, getting off the station, like, what is the shuttle system? Does everybody have their own personal shuttle, or is there the tub boat, the tub goat and stuff, or?
Yeah, the station has the tug, and then there's of course Midas. But other than that, the station ended up never having escape pods installed because the station never grew to the point where they felt like they needed them. They have the one vessel there which is capable of FTL, which allows everyone to escape if necessary should something catastrophic happen. So that's it. That is the only way off the station is the tug, and then of course the Midas, which is currently also there.
Right, and we're on a waypoint. We're not orbiting.
Correct.
Some system.
Correct.
And then that would be my response is that, well, if you guys were to leave the station, it would literally just be myself, Marshal Hobbs, and our currently trapped at the moment, Sven Olofsson. So I'd rather not just leave one person behind, unless we might have to, just depending on the situation.
No, we're not going to leave anybody behind. We're also not going to launch the shuttle until it's appropriate, but we do need to secure non-combatants until we can figure out what's going on.
We might not even be able to launch the shuttle because Apollo is the one that controls all of the station doors and stuff like that. We're basically locked in if Apollo isn't responding.
Right.
That's a good
I see that the station the elevators are starting to move again, and I
Yeah.
get nervous at their
Ding!
status, and so I move a bit back from the
Okay.
elevators and continue to cover them.
Yeah, the elevators ding as they stop at your level.
Mhm.
And
Tell Grace to get back as well.
Moving towards
Sorry,
the
not Grace.
docks.
Willow.
Because of the elevators, I'm just gonna start moving towards the docks.
okay. The doors open, revealing a small army of working Joes. In fact, you're fairly certain it's every working Joe on the station. Give me 1 second here. I gotta do some dragging. Come on, drag. I think I dragged one on top of the other. There we go. Of course, the elevator icons aren't very big, so. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. There's that guy. And then I'm going to start from the bottom on this side because it makes my life a little bit easier. There he is. Okay, I lost him for a minute.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it is quite literally every working Joe that Sven Olafsson just called down to, except I'm missing one. I'm not sure which one it is. That's 479. I'm missing one. I'm not sure where he is. There's just too many of them. That Sven has just called down to maintenance. They have all come back up, and they start to file out of the elevator. So, does anybody want to do anything?
Yeah,
Run.
the door in the lock. Going to the door to the docks. I'd like to lock it behind me using a story point.
Okay. Well, as you go through the door's locked.
Oh.
Oh,
Can I? All right. Are we doing initiative?
Not yet. I'm only give everybody one free action.
All right, that's mine.
Okay. To go through to try to open the door. Is that what you're?
Discovering the door is locked. I mean,
Gotcha. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna go from left to right. Hobbs, what you doing?
I take more steps back and ready the shotgun, being very wary of what's happening out here.
Okay.
Also knowing that they went through a supposedly scheduled update, so I'm confused at what's actually going on.
All right. Klaus.
Hobbs, you reloaded that shotgun from when you last fired it, right? Because you had a panic.
Oh, you did have a panic, you're right.
Probably not. Probably not. I don't think I reloaded it since the last time, so I may not realize it right now until I need to shoot it.
Yeah. Okay. Klaus, what would you like to do?
Klaus would move to over here
Okay.
and just, if I can, overwatch. If one of them moves in my direction, they get a shot.
Very good. Mike Jones.
I take a step back, putting myself in front of these two. I can never differentiate between the two icons. Sorry.
One's
And
Jake,
then-
the other's Jimenez.
And then what do you call it? Call out to the Joes. Joes, why are you here on the promenade? Why aren't you all at your stations?
Okay.
While readying my gun.
And Jake, what are you up to?
Jake might start to step back toward the cantina if he can get through Jimenez, but is pretty much just watching to see what they do in confusion.
Okay. All right, Jimenez.
I asked Dottie if she keeps any weapons in the cantina, just in case.
I'm sorry, I lost that. What'd you say?
I asked Dottie if she keeps any weapons in the cantina, just in case.
Dottie had actually disappeared back into the cantina, and she's rummaging behind the bar.
Oh, well, that would answer my question then.
And then Dr. Tomansky, what are you up to?
I think Dr. Tomansky is going to fall back into the cantina and urge the people around her to do the same.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead and move your icon where you go to. That's fine. All right, so these guys start to file out of the elevator. There's a lot of androids here. You notice that two of them actually don't come out of the left side elevator. They stay inside, and as the rest file out, they go back. They actually go upstairs.
Yep, they're gonna go kill Sven.
And then you actually hear Leslie's voice come over the intercom, and he says, "I'm sorry, Ms. McCafferty, but if a Hyperdyne rep were to die as well, that just gives the company better plausible deniability. My apologies. I can't lie to you about your chances, but you have my sympathies."
Jesus, McCafferty, what did you do?
We all look at McCafferty.
Yeah, pretty much.
Stop heading into the cantina.
That's killing us.
All right, so everyone go ahead and click your icon and make an initiative roll, if you would, please.
Fucking knew you were a goddamn rat, McCaverty. Don't fuck yourself.
Hey, here's a basic question. When I click on the icon, which one of these little icons are the initiative? Is it the circle or the gear?
No, you click the icon so that you highlight your character, and then you go to your character sheet.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, and I need a. Where is? Oh, there she is. I couldn't find good old Dottie. All right, so all right, I should have a turn order. Let me make sure I got everybody on it. I have Jake, Mike, Heath, Klaus, Grace, Tomansky. Who am I missing? I'm missing Jimenez. What was your role, Jimenez?
Give me a second.
Okay.
Come on, select the fucking icon. Jesus.
He's using my back repair with a trackpad, so not a big screen and not a.
Gotcha.
So that's why it's a little longer.
Do you want me to roll for you?
Yes, please, just do that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to. Give me 1 second. Bing. Okay. All right. And as far as this is going to be concerned, I only have one working Joe on the list. All the Joes go on the same initiative. And then Dottie, who is an NPC, she will actually represent all NPCs as well, just to make my life a whole lot easier. Okay, so as these guys file off, one breaks off and goes this way. One... I just resized my own screen. I didn't mean to. That's his fast action. As a slow action, he is going to... The door does not open, so he is going to try to physically open the door. He's going to try and force it open, and it's just going to be easier if I just do it this way. Roll. Okay. The Joe seems to find the cracks where the door closes, and it's slowly, with a grinding of metal, forcing the door open. This guy comes down here and does the same thing, and has about the same amount of success, though it's a little bit slower. You can hear a scream from inside the general store from Perry Benoit. You can hear her screaming, "Oh my God! Somebody help me!" Let's see here. The other Joes, they're just going to start to fan out and do their thing. So this guy is going to move towards Klaus. That's you, right, Klaus, in the corner?
Yes, at Klaus shoot.
Okay, you did say you were going to assume an overwatch, so that's fine. Take a shot as it moves in towards you. Make your ranged combat roll. Hey, look at that. All right. Good for you, Klaus. This is Joe number 810. All right. You fire and hit it. It still comes to you. And then, Klaus, would you roll a d6, please?
D6 coming up.
Oh, boy.
Hmm.
All right. All right. Yeah, everyone in Alien knows that when an alien or a creature or something along those lines attacks you, high is never good.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it takes a colossal swing right at your head, and you kind of just duck out of the way slightly as it whiffs by you. All right.
Amazing odds. I think that's like an 87% chance of success. So, good job.
Yeah,
It's because I work for the company that helped us create them.
that's
I know
right.
the movement.
This one is going to move over towards Grace. This one's going to move in on Heath. This one's actually going to... Those two are going to stay right there, right next to Mr. Jones, because that just makes sense. And then these two are going to move this way. All right, so I'm going to go top to bottom. Grace, if you would please make a die 6 roll for me. Roll a 6. Oh, boy. Okay. All right. And... no successes. So, Grace, you have absolutely no problem avoiding this shoddy piece of machinery's attempt to beat your head in.
Personally, I think it's because the company executives were just so oily, nothing can hit us.
Mr. Jones, you got 2 of these working Joe androids right in front of you. Would you please make 2 die 6 rolls for me so we know what they do? A 3 and a 5. All right, very good, very good. So they both come right at you at the same time, which is going to cause them to get in each other's way, frankly. So, oh my God, these things are awful.
Well, Sikhs and,
Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah, you mean
Everyone's coming around to the stupid Hyperdyne's perspective. I may have screwed you all over, but they're bad technology.
It's your update.
Your fucking Android created a virus to make the technology try and kill us. So who's really the worst manufacturer here?
Keyword try. These things haven't. But they just hit.
So, Jones, as you avoid the first one that has its hands out just like it's about to throttle you, you kind of sidestep away just as another one gets a hold of your head. Now, technically, you have not acted this turn, okay? So you can sacrifice your, Jones, you can sacrifice your fast action to make an opposed close combat roll.
Okay, there you go. And it's just regular?
Yeah, just a straight close combat roll. No successes. Would you like to push the roll?
I kind of like my head, some might say. So, yeah.
Okay.
So, extra stress, right?
Yep.
Okay.
2 successes. All right. So you evade the one and are able to sort of bat away the hands of the other as it's coming at you. So you are able to do that. Congratulations. Good job. And all right. So that brings us. I'm going to come over to Heath Hobbs. Heath Hobbs, you want to roll 2d6 for me so I can see what these guys try to do to you?
Will do. Don't want to.
2 2s. Well, that's okay. That's interesting. So, all right. Submit and submit. All right, so one just takes a big swing at you with a balled fist and miss. The other, on the other hand, lands a punch. Do you want to sacrifice your fast action to make an opposed close combat?
Yes, I
All right.
do. So, and no modifiers?
No modifiers, correct.
Okay, close combat. Where did I use that? Got it. So where did you talk?
Whoa,
Wow.
4 successes. Wow,
Holy
look at that.
Nice.
Nice like me.
Yep. So the way I see that occurring is while the one Joe just whiffs at your head, the other one takes a swing, and you probably use your shotgun to knock its fist away. Would be the way I see that happening.
Right.
And then Jimenez, roll a d6 for me, please.
Okay.
A 3. Alrighty. And it will make its attack. Alright. It moves in on you, and it tries to latch its hands around your throat, and you can make your fast action to resist that attack if you like.
Okay, well, I think it's the only thing I can do, so... Am I going to make a...
Make a close combat roll. Yep.
Okay. Okay, well, no.
Oh, that didn't work out. You can push the roll. And also remember, if you guys have story points, you can use those as well.
Yeah, let me use a story point.
Okay. All right. So yeah, absolutely. So you burn your story point, and as it tries to wrap its hands around your throat, it's very strong, but you're able to these things, they're strong, but they're not quick, so you're able to avoid it essentially and get away. So, wow, that was a whole lot of not death happening. Do we have a 4? We do not have a 4. So 5 is Heath Hobbs and Dottie. Heath, what is your agility? Actually, Dottie's an NPC, so I'll just let you go first.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to use my fast action to.
You already used fast action.
Yeah.
Say again.
I did use my
fast action.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Cole. Yeah, I'm going to shoot my shotgun at the nearest 857, or is that 357?
357. Yep.
Come on, shoot Grace.
I would if I absolutely would if I had a chance.
Second out of this, just make sure she doesn't either.
So yeah, I'm doing range combat, but I'm close.
You're at engaged range, so you get a +3 bonus to your roll. That's correct.
Right, +3.
Two successes.
Excellent.
Kablam. All right, so you do 3 damage automatically, and you have 1 success.
And one
stun, I meant. Excuse me.
1 stun in range combat. Add an extra damage to him.
Okay. All right. Perfect. And that moves us to Dottie. Dottie comes out from behind the bar, and the door to the cantina opens up, and she is carrying in her hands a giant assault rifle. It is not of UA make, being that you're all in UA space. You would all have seen Marines with M41A pulse rifles. This thing is not of UA make. But her fast action's to come over to the door, and she says, all of you get out of the way. And she's basically taking an overwatch, but she can't shoot because there's people in front of her. Okay, so that was Dottie. We next move to Roberto Jimenez at a 6.
Okay, well, I guess I have to, move out of the way.
Okay. You are at engaged range with a Joe, so please make a mobility roll in order to get away from it.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Look at that. So that's easy. So which direction are you going?
I'm going to go to the left side of me, facing the doorway, so up.
So like over here?
So.
All right. That's a fast action. You have a slow action. Though you don't have any weapons, do you?
No, I don't have any weapons.
Okay.
He has his mitts.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I gonna do?
And he has a
Man,
target.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Put him up. Put him up.
I mean, what I could do is like take a glass off the nearby table, and well, I think I stunted out of the way. So, would it be possible to like pick up the glass and like fling it, and fling it at the Joe's head?
Sure. What the heck? I'll give it to you. Absolutely.
Okay.
So wait, did you actually move? Are you like just inside the cantina door?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I got you. All right. All right. So yeah, make a ranged combat roll. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna call it short range, so no penalty.
Okay.
Joe number 203. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see the roll come through. All right, so that's 2 successes. So yeah, you pick up your glass and you beam this thing right at Joe 203's head, and it hits him. You've got a stunt. What would you like to do with that stunt?
Would it be possible to have some of the glass shards embed itself in their eyes?
Sure, absolutely. So the glass shatters and it's embedded in its face and eyes, and you're sure you did some damage to it. How much? Not sure, but absolutely. Nice. I like it. Right. That brings us to Grace McCafferty. What would you like to do, Grace?
After a long deliberation, I decided not to endorse Seekson. No, I'm going to unlock this door in front of me.
Okay.
Which I will story point to not even try.
Nice. Okay.
And then I'm just going to move through that hatch.
All right. So you're moving to the other side. You have to evade the Joes, so make a mobility roll, please.
I'll make that mobility roll. It might not come out well, but I'll try it. Fuck. I'm going to push that.
All right. Oh, roll your stress.
Oh, I don't think it. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it can.
Oh, yeah, it's not high. Well, you could have gotten an 8, I guess, but roll your pen. All right, perfect. So,
but I think it gets an attack.
It does.
Right?
Please roll a d6 for me, if you would, please.
Sorry, but this is beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm not dead yet.
You're not. I'm not dead yet. All right. All right. So, yeah, as you escape through that door, this Joe takes a swing at you, and you take a point of damage. It punches you as you go by, so you take 1 damage and mark your stress up 1. All right. And that brings us to Klaus Wagner.
Well, I've got a Joe in front of me, so I shoot it.
All right, perfect. That is Joe number 810. So you are at engaged range, so you get your +3.
Nice.
It's very impressive. All right, so the shotgun does 3 damage, and you have 2 stunts. And you've already shot this thing once.
Extra damage and a drop prone.
All right, so you knock it to the ground with your blast, and roll a d6 on it for me, please. A 3. Oh, shoot. I really need to make that chart a lot more handy. Okay. Okay, all right. So your shotgun blast basically rips the thing's right arm off and knocks it to the ground. So, very good, very good. Let me mark that in here. Right arm. Perfect. And we are up to, who are we up to? Mike Jones?
Sweet.
Yep. You have 2 Joes right in front of you.
Yep. Now, if I was to shoot another Joe that wasn't the two in front of me, would that provoke anything
No.
at all?
No, you can shoot at
Okay.
any target you want.
And then also hearing Dottie yell out to get out of the way, would I have any idea if that was a reference to me as well?
I would say with how quickly this plays out and that there's Joes everywhere and they seem to be attacking everybody, I would say you probably don't have the time or inclination to kind of put that together.
Gotcha. Just want to make sure. Okay. And then would the Joe 357, would that be considered medium range for me?
Let's see here. Which one's 357?
The one right in front of Heath.
Right in front of Heath? No, that would be short range. That would be short range, so there would be no modifiers to that attack.
Okay, no modifiers, but at least not at least
no
no negatives.
penalties. Yeah.
So my idea is, since we call it, they have shotguns and I have something that is just not great for up close. If I can help them out, they can help me out better and help out everyone else in the long run.
Perfect.
So yeah, so I'll shoot at 357.
All right, very good. Go ahead and make your ranged combat roll. Woo!
Oh,
Good decision.
All right, so the revolver
Oh,
does
thank gosh.
2 damage automatically, and this one's already been shot by Hobbs' shotgun, and you have 3 stunts.
Yeah, I feel like just putting that all into damage. Is that a thing? Range
You can
combat?
do that, yeah.
It's like,
Shoot him in the head. Yep.
yep. Just putting it all straight to damage. So 5 total damage.
Yep.
All right.
So, I need you to roll 3d6 for that, please.
Okay.
A 5, a 5. All right. So, yeah, you put a round right through the back of this thing's head, and it just falls to the floor in a heap.
Oh, thank God.
Poof. All
Thanks,
right.
Mike.
Well done.
I'd like to think that probably inspires a bit of hope around the room.
Yes.
Big rejoicing. Yay.
All right, so Tamansky and Robertson are both on 11s. Who's got the higher agility between you two?
I have a 4.
I have a 3.
Okay, so Jake, that puts you up. What do you want to do?
I want to do something that's kind of complex. You can tell me what the limitations of this would be.
Please.
I want to go after McCafferty.
Okay.
But to do so, I know I've got this Joe here, and my thinking is based on how Jake conducts himself, he'd probably try to shove this thing back or out of the way and get through that door before she closes it. Because obviously he's figured out what's going on with the sabotage.
Yeah. That's pretty complex, and in this system that would actually probably take multiple turns. So it depends on what you're really after. If you wanted to push that Joe out of the way, that's kind of just right on the edge where you would pass through, it would be movement into his zone, and then pushing is actually an action. It's actually a fast action,
Right.
and that would absorb both of your actions. The other thing would be, just to give you an example, it would be a fast action just kind of to move to here. Okay. Now that would force you to make a mobility roll to avoid being attacked by this guy as you
Right.
pass by.
Right.
And then from there, you could make another action. If you wanted to get through that door, you could then make a...
Yeah, my primary goal is to stop her from locking us out of the docks.
I gotcha. So...
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I have to absorb attacks along the way, I think he would take that chance to try to stop her from fucking us over.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So we'll say you move to there, which means this guy is going to possibly get a free attack. Make a mobility roll. Ooh, no successes. Do you want to push that?
Yeah, I'll push it. I don't even have any stress at the moment.
No,
Perfect.
you don't push it. You want to take the failure. Take the failure.
All right.
A success. So yeah, you were able to bypass him before it can even... It doesn't even have time to react to you. So that gets you to there, and you have another action. So if you want to move into the same zone, through the door before she closes it, that's fine. We can move you through, but you'll have to make another mobility roll so that this guy doesn't attack you.
Okay, and as far as moving through the door, what I really want to do is tackle her.
Oh, okay. All
Like
right.
I'm trying to catch her before she can do any more damage or cut us off of the escape route. Was the
Perfect.
whole idea. Run and get that bitch.
All right, perfect. Then I want you to make a close combat roll, please.
Okay. Let's see here. All right, 1.
One success. All right.
Can I oppose this?
You have used both your actions this round.
It's true.
Yep. So,
But I would imagine I draw an attack of opportunity from the Joe no matter what at that point.
yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
so
I wouldn't even try to make the mobility check.
Yeah, roll a d6 for me.
Gotcha.
A 1. Okay, so it glares at you frighteningly. Take a point of stress.
I got you, Grace. You ain't going nowhere. I gotta run to the bathroom quick.
All right, go ahead. All right. And that brings us to Dr. Tomansky, correct?
Yes.
All right, Tomansky, what would you like to do?
Well, seeing as how she has really no weapons to speak of and no combat skills to match, I think she's going to spend her action looking for like a vent cover or something that she could remove and find, create an exit. I'm willing to use a story point to help me.
Make an
That's
observation
appropriate.
roll.
Observation, okay.
All right. Go ahead and roll your stress. Or your panic, rather. Excuse me.
Okay.
A 6, so you're holding it together. So looking around over on the, there's actually multiple vents and whatnot, but there is one right here on the northern wall of the cantina that is certainly large enough to accommodate a person. So I would let you look at it. I would let you find it as a fast action and then move over to it for your second fast action if that's what you want to do, or for your second action. All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is on the map, so if you wanted to move me there, I suppose.
Yeah, I put you right up here.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
And does she have to wait for her next action in order to remove it?
I would say yes.
Roger that.
Yep.
Perfect.
Very good. All right, so we move back to the Joes. This Joe moves inside the Seegson store and Mike, are you there? Mike Jones?
Yeah, I'm here.
Roll a d6 for me, would you? Just to make my life easy. A 4. All right. Okay. Bidding and budding and bing. Okay. Christian Clark is the clerk that runs the Seegson store. And you actually hear his over all the noise and ruckus. You actually hear him screaming, "Wait, what are you doing? No!" All right. This Joe that's over by the general store finishes pushing the door open and moves inside. And then we've got the other Joes. So this guy right here is probably going to try to make an attack up against Jake. So, Jake, are you there? Are you back?
Yep.
All right, roll a d6 for me.
Keep staring.
Yeah. So it rounds the corner and starts to move towards you because you tackled Grace into the basically into the corridor. So you're on top of her basically, and it moves into the corridor with you. So both you and Grace really gain a point of stress for its ominous approach, and that brings us to the next Joe. We've got two Joes in front of Mike Jones. Mike Jones, roll 2d6 for me, please. A 2 and a 5. A 2 and a 5. All right. All right. The first Joe takes a swing at you and misses. The second Joe tries to... Why do these things suck so bad, man? 7 dice and can't get 1 success. I'm trying to kill a player here. Come on, help me out.
That high-end
You
unit.
would have Hyperdyne
I'm not
model
complaining.
protected, we would not be having this issue.
That's right.
It's a good thing I got this plot armor on me.
That's right. All right, this Joe right here, the one that's kind of behind Jones, it starts to move towards Dottie, who is set up with that assault rifle. So she is going to take a shot.
Boom.
With that assault rifle. Wow. So she opens fire and misses. Now, this could get... Well, I'm not going to worry about it too much. The Joe's creating enough of a barrier. All right, so it moves up right there. Someone roll a d6 for me, please. What was it? I'm sorry?
It's a 1.
It's a 1. It doesn't really qualify for this type of thing, so I'm just going to make it attacker and be done with it. And cheesy Pete. Not one NPC or android in this game is worth anything. All right, Heath Hobbs, you've got this other one that's kind of catty corner to you on the map. Roll a d6 for its attack, please. A 4. All right. And we will roll. It is grabbing at your head, sir. You've got your fast action if you want to try to knock it away.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Make your close combat roll.
Get to my sheet. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
Close combat.
Trust me, I'm bouncing between all these sheets. I get it. It's fine.
No negative modifiers at all?
No modifiers at all. No successes. Would you like to push the roll?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So add a stress. And close combat. Close combat, right? That's what you
Correct. One success, which is not enough. It clamps its hands around your head in a vice-like grip. Gain a point of stress. Make an immediate panic roll, please. A 9. Ooh, that's a good one.
Interesting.
Yeah, nice one there. I should have had my panic chart handy. You drop an item.
Oh, wonderful.
So let's look at Mr. Hobbs's character sheet really quickly here, and see. I could be really mean and just say you drop your shotgun, but I'm not going to do that to you. Just make a d6 roll for me. A 2. Okay, so in the scuffle, as it gets a hold of you, you somehow drop your reload to your shotgun. All right, very good.
Got it.
Very good. And just to let you know, when your turn comes around, your only real option is to try to break free. So we'll handle that when we get there.
Okay, no damage this round?
No damage this round, that's correct.
Okay.
All right, very good. Very good. Klaus, the Joe in front of you stands up, and then it attacks. Would you roll a d6 for me? A 3. All right, it's reaching its hands out for you. Would you like to resist with your fast action?
Yes.
Okay, please do. Roll close combat. No successes. Would you like to push the roll?
Sure, let's get more panic. More panic at the disco.
A success. All right, very good. As it tries to wrap its hands around your throat, you're able to fight it off. Congratulations. That's impressive. I didn't.
Not today, no, not today.
We're up to Hobbs.
You're back up to me?
Yes, it's your turn, sir.
Okay.
You used your fast action defending yourself, so you have a slow action.
Slow action. Well, the only thing I can do is break free, right? So that I'll
Correct.
try to do. So yeah, I'm going to do that.
All right.
And that's close combat.
Close combat roll.
This would be fun with 3 stress dice.
Wow, 4 successes. Wow. Yeah. The adrenaline is pumping through Heath Hobbs, and he gets his hands up inside the thing's arms and just is able to knock its arms back, so he is free from it. Well done, Hobbs.
All right.
Yeah.
Until next round.
Yeah, that's right. Until next round. Number 5 is Dottie. Dottie does not like being that close to this thing, so she's going to back into the cantina and make a mobility roll to try to get away from it. I think that makes the most sense for her. And she succeeds, and then she's going to fire at it with her assault.
Again.
Yep. What happened was as she backed away from it, the door closed automatically, so all her shots hit the door. Clearly, that's what occurred there, right? All right. That's
Is Jimenez safe from all the ricochets?
Yeah, right.
I hope so.
I feel like we need some hull rolls for this ship.
So that puts us at Jimenez, correct? Yes.
Yep.
What would you like to do, sir?
I'd like to try to go behind the bar and find some sort of, weapon that I might be able to throw at it.
All right, so the bar's over here. Make an observation roll. Moving is a fast action, and then looking around would be an observation roll.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to push that.
Okay. Wow, the joy of 0 stress. That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, very good. All right, so it is. There's a number of things that you could use for a weapon. If you want to, there's certainly bottles of liquor, which a glass bottle makes a halfway decent club or even a cutting implement if you were to break one off. There's also a couple. There's a big plumber's wrench back here, and a couple of screwdrivers as well, which would make decent clubs.
Can I take both the plumber's wrench and a screwdriver?
Yeah, sure. I'll let you do that. That's no problem. All right, perfect. And that brings us up to Grace McCafferty. You are pinned to the ground by Jake, who has tackled you, and a working Joe is towering above you.
So, mechanically, am I in danger with the working Joe in its position?
It would if it were to attack the two of you, it would simply go to Jake first to be sure, because he's basically on top of you.
I'm just trying to see if I can use personal safety or not. My talent.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. If it were to attack you, you could definitely use personal safety. In this particular instance, that's kind of a tough one. If Jake were to further attack you with the android right there in the same zone, you could use personal safety as well. Well, no, it's not a friendly, so you couldn't do that. I apologize. It's got to be a friendly player, a friendly character.
Sure. All right. Well, based on where I am, I think I'm going to just try to get loose.
Okay.
I think I have to do that before I can do anything else.
Make a close combat roll.
It's not going to be good. Panic. Oof.
Oh, a 10. Oh, a 10. So, yeah, you freeze. You freeze. You're frozen by fear or stress for 1 round, losing your next slow action. Now, your stress level goes up 1. It also says the stress level of all friendly PCs goes up 1. That are close by, but Jake is really the only PC that's close by, and I wouldn't consider him friendly at this point. So I think we're safe there. Okay, so yeah, you struggle against him, but he's when you start to realize he's on top of you and he's strong, and there's a Joe right behind him, you start to realize this is not going well, and you get frozen with fear. We are up to Mr. Klaus Wagner.
Klaus would shoot the one in front of him again.
Yep. That is Joe number 810.
Didn't Joe number 810 get dropped with a 357? Oh, that was the other one that was in. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, that was the one that was in front of Heath Hobbs.
Yeah. No, I was looking at it wrong.
That's okay, but this thing's been awful. Been pretty banged up. All right, roll your stress, please. A 9. Is that drop item? That is drop item, but your attack works. All right, so this one I got for cinematic purposes. You do have two stunts. What would you like to do with your stunts?
Damage and damage.
Damage and damage. All right, would you roll 3d6 for me, please? 1, 3, and a 4. We already had a 3. The 4 automatically upgrades. Okay, all right, that's fine. So, Klaus, as this thing, you keep blasting into this thing. It keeps falling down. It keeps getting back up. You just, at this point, you've just had enough, and you just empty the pump shotgun at this thing. Just you can see it. Klaus, all of you are seeing Klaus Wagner. He's probably to the point where he's going and he's just blasting away at this thing. Until his shotgun just clicks. It's out of ammunition. But you blew this thing in half. There's bits of Joe everywhere. You're probably covered in white splatter, but it's done for. But your shotgun is empty. All right.
Gotcha.
Very good. And Mike Jones? Mike Jones.
All right. Hobbs is in danger. So I'm gonna I'm gonna aim and then shoot at the one. What do you call it?
The one right there.
Yeah.
That's kind of between the two of you. Yeah, 753.
Oh, 5-3. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Very good. Range combat. It is at a -3, but you get +2 for your aim.
So -1.
One success. All right. All right.
Thank God.
So you put a round into its back. Very good.
And that'd be it for me.
Yep, that would be it for you. Jake, we determined you had the higher agility between you and Tomansky, so you are on top of Grace McCafferty, who started to struggle against you and then just stopped, not sure what she's so scared of, if it's you or if it's the Joe or the whole situation or what, but what would you like to do?
But I more or less notice her freeze up, right? That's
Yes.
the idea behind people who are friendly would also freeze. All right, can I stand up as a fast action?
Absolutely.
All right, I want to smash the Joe in the face as hard as I can.
Okay, all right.
So just
do you have any sort of improvised weapon, or is this just a punch?
Unless you tell me there's something around that I can get, it's got to just be a punch. I had a cutting torch and high beam flashlight, but I seriously doubt I'd have them on me if I was going to the bar.
I got you. All right, so that's fine. Just make a punch at him.
So it's just a close combat roll, right?
Correct. This is Joe 1652.
Yep.
All right.
It's a good hook.
Yeah. So a punch does 1 point of damage automatically, and you have a stunt.
So I'll add another point of damage to that.
All right, perfect. All right, so yeah, you clock this guy pretty good, and probably I would say you probably split one of its rather rubbery lips, and there's white fluid dripping from the split down its chin. Just
That's
further,
encouraging.
yeah, driving home how inhuman these things are. And Dr. Willa Tomansky, you are standing in front of the ventilation vent cover. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I will. I will use a story point to remove the cover
Beautiful.
in a non-destructive way.
I like it. All right, not a problem. You're able to get it open.
And I will yell to the other two. I doubt that anybody outside of this room could possibly hear, or with all the commotion or confusion.
Yep.
But I will at least yell to the people in this room. This way, there's a way out.
Perfect.
And
All right.
I will proceed to hightail it.
All right. So you go in the vent, and we're just going to move you over here somewhere, and we'll determine where that comes out. So we are back to the top of the order. So I'm just going to go with the Joes starting from right to left. So this Joe that's inside the Seegson store is chasing around poor Christian Clark, and it makes an attack against him, which it succeeds. All right. Obviously, with all the gunshots and everything that's going on, you guys really don't know what's going on in the Seegson store or the general store, except you know that those androids went in after the other two people there, Perry and Christian Clark. All right. All right, and there's just stuff going on in there. Very good. This one is going to take a punch right back at Jake, probably. Jake, roll D6 for me. A 5. All right. Oh. Jake, you gave it a valiant punch, and oh wait, don't you have a talent? What's your talent, Jake?
I didn't look. Let's see. Roll strength anytime I take damage. I can't push. Stress is not added. It does not count as an action. For every success, I can soak damage. I mitigate a point of damage.
So roll your strength, please. Oh, that's weird. It rolled stress too, but we just
it added the stress, but yeah,
that's fine. This thing reaches after you clock it. It reaches right for your head, grabs a hold of you, and twists your neck hard. You're amazed at how strong it is, and your neck breaks, and you're dead.
Oh, damn!
I'm sorry, Jake.
Jake had a good run. That's literally the only thing he did. He ran through that door, and that's about it.
Yeah, that's right.
No, you tried to get her.
I tried.
You did. But, Jake, here's what I'm going to do, or Andy, I should say. I'm going to attach you to Dottie.
Okay.
So that you can continue to...
Can I keep my story points? They follow the player.
Yeah, they follow the player. Correct.
Okay.
Let me edit this, and I said edit. Come on, go faster. Andy, save. All right, you should be able to see Dottie now, Andy.
Get my journal. All right, yep.
All right, perfect.
I have bio and info. I don't have a character sheet.
You don't have a character sheet? You should have a character sheet. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I didn't add that you can edit. Hold on one second.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. All right, you should see the character sheet now.
Okay, now I'm good to go.
Okay, perfect. Very good. All right. Poor Jake. Deleted by a broken neck.
Doesn't take much in this game.
No, it does not. It absolutely does not. All right. And, okay, so we were on the Joes. I'm sorry. Mr. Jones, you have 2 Joes attacking you, so if you would roll a d6 for me for the 2 of them, for each one. Yep, 1 and a 2. All right, so 1 takes a swing at you. With 2 successes, did you want to try to block with your fast action?
Would using a story point just negate that?
Pretty much, yes. A story point just is an automatic success.
Okay, and then that would still use up my fast action, correct?
Yeah, I would say that's fair to say, absolutely.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Yeah, story point.
Okay, perfect. All right, so it takes one of them takes a swing at you, and you're able to knock its clumsy attack away. Meanwhile, the other one just glares at you and gains you a point of stress. Happy birthday. All right, Hobbs. There's the one right in front of you that's going to attack you. Would you please roll a d6 for me?
Will do.
A 2. All right, so it takes a swing at you. Just a straight up goal. Whoa, my character sheet just went all wonky. There we go. Straight up punch, and it is successful. You like the block?
Yes, I will.
All right, so make
Close
your close
combat?
combat. Yep. 1 success. All right, you take it on the shotgun, and instead of in the flesh, so you're good to go there. This guy right here, he walks through the door for his fast action, and then he's going to attack Dottie with his slow action. Dottie, roll a d6 for me.
Oh, let me get back over. There we go.
A 2. All right, very good. It takes a swing with a fist at you. Dottie, would you like to block said roll?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, make a close combat roll.
Let's see.
Dottie does not have... Oh, don't some of you have armor on?
No,
I do.
Yeah, we got to remember
But I'm
that.
not
I don't think you've taken damage, so...
Dottie doesn't.
Okay.
Dottie's a bartender.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so... well, you can push the roll if you like.
That's probably a good idea.
Yep. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. 1 success. All right. Unfortunately, you still take 3 damage and gain a point of stress. Dottie's a little more than a bartender if you read her bio. I think I put it in there.
You did, but I did not read it yet.
That's fine. That's fine. And that is all of the Joes. That is all of the Joes. So, next comes to Heath Hobbs.
Okay, the closest working Joe, I'm going to attack him.
753.
753. And that'll be with the shotgun.
Yep.
And modifier again for close.
+3.
+3. Ooh,
Yep.
That's nice. Money.
Oh! Roll your panic, please.
Oh, man.
Oh, I suck.
He thought the Joes were bad. Everybody in Seagson's corner is terrible.
I know. And
How many dice did you roll, brother? Like 20
I
dice?
know. I get a ton of them. I can't roll.
I think you can still push, though.
No, you cannot. If you panic, you
push with
cannot
stress,
push.
yeah.
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 I thought it was only if you panic and it's a roll of 10 or higher, because that supersedes your action.
No,
any panic.
Yeah, any
kills the
panic.
push.
Oh, okay.
So, you start blasting away uncontrollably at this thing. It's all just kind of getting to you. You realize the shotgun is just out of rounds and you didn't do any damage to it. That's causing you to get a nervous twitch. So your stress goes up, and so does Mike Jones and Wagner's.
Awesome. See, I got something out of that turn.
That's right.
And this is how shit starts to spin out of control.
My stress is so high.
Oh, I maxed out last game. I mean,
Yeah, you got all the way to
previous
10, didn't you, on
yeah,
monsters
it
we
was, It
made?
was fun.
All right. So in the turn order, that gets us to Dottie.
Dottie's going to do the mobility and fire thing.
All right. So you want to move like back to the back wall of the cantina, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. So make your mobility roll. Okay, you succeed. Perfect. All right. So fire away, sir, or ma'am. Joe. This is Joe 203.
Oh wait, I rolled on the wrong character sheet.
Oh, all right. That's fine. Just
Hang on,
oh yeah, I got you. Yep.
The right character sheet. Do you care if I just keep that roll?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I
mean, I can re-roll it if you want, or I can just roll ranged.
Nah, it's about the same. Just go ahead and roll ranged.
Did he miss again?
Are you guys seeing that roll? Because I don't see that roll.
Me neither.
It's only going to the GM, which I think might be.
Oh, that's a setting on the
Character sheet.
that's a setting on the character sheet. I don't know if you can turn that off, but I can. Give me 1 second. Hold
I mean,
on
it's no big deal. I was just.
Yeah, to let you. There we go. It should now. Any future roll should go to the whole chat. He rolled 7 attack dice and 2 stress dice, and had no successes, and both stress dice were panics.
Of course.
Wow.
So you're holding it together, but you unload your AK-47 at this thing and hit nothing, and your clip is empty.
Okay.
All right, very good. That brings us to Roberto Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez, what would you like to do?
Okay, well, that's great. So how far would you say that Working Joe is towards the back of the bar?
Oh, it's on the other side of the bar, but it's not far away from you. It's only 5 meters or so.
Okay, is it facing away from me?
No, it's facing directly at Dottie, so it's facing this way. So your perspective would be like that, if that makes sense.
So it's facing towards her.
Towards her, yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'll try and, jump over the bar.
Okay.
And, rush up behind him and smack him over the head. Well, actually try and stab him in the back of the head with a screwdriver.
I like it. All right. Make a close combat roll, and I will give you a +1 mod.
Okay. Close
Is this Joe
combat.
203? This is Joe 203. Very good.
Okay.
No successes. Would you like to push?
Yes, please.
All right. Go ahead and up your stress and reroll with the +1.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
It didn't roll the second stress die, though.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
let's try that again then.
Make sure the second stress box is clicked on your character sheet.
Yeah, I did. Here.
Huh, that's weird. Oh.
Wait, are you serious?
Roll your panic.
God damn it. Okay.
This is what happens in Alien. The
This
whole
is-
crew just goes down.
This is what happens in Alien.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Get away from me. What the hell?
All right, so you try to stab this thing in the back of the head with the screwdriver, and either you miss or it just glances off. You are starting to tremble uncontrollably. You have a -2 to your agility until your panic stops.
God fucking damn it.
All right, very good. That brings us to Grace McCafferty.
Okay. I think I'm just going to. I obviously I'm heading off map, so I don't know if there's other doors I could lock ahead.
Yeah. No, it is a straight hallway, and then then every so often there are airlocks for where ships could be docked. Of course, there are only 2 ships docked. Yeah, and you are prone, so you will have to stand up as a fast action,
I'm gonna stand up as a fast action and then just
and then run.
and run.
All right, make a mobility roll to get away from the Joe, please.
Knock on wood. Pebbles, I knocked on wood. I didn't. There's not someone. Sorry, my dog.
Two successes with a panic. Please roll your panic. Okay. All right. Well, that's not good, but it could have been worse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you drop an item, which causes your stress to go up 1. My understanding is your gear is all pretty much
personal.
Yeah. Yeah. So you probably drop your briefcase in your rush to get away, frankly. And
Employee of the Month award.
Yeah, your poor Employee of the Month award. But your stress goes up 1, and you do succeed. You're running down the hallway, so that is just fine. Klaus,
Klaus will move to there and shoot that Joe.
well, your shotgun's empty. You emptied it last. Round.
I guess Klaus will move to there and reload.
Very good. All right, Mike Jones.
Still wondering how I'm alive. Gonna go ahead and shoot at 753.
753. You're still
Get off my
alive because
land.
Season makes crappy androids. That's why.
All right, and then
All right.
I can't remember. Did I use a fast action?
You did because you used the story point.
Okay, that's right.
Yep.
Okay, so then not aiming and taking a -3.
Correct.
So attack.
Oh, roll your panic, sir. That's not going to be good, I'm sure. An 11. So it's just all becoming too much for you. You basically try to run away. You're trying to seek cover. And considering where all the Joes are located, probably the best direction for you to do that is you're going to head towards the cantina, is the way I see it. Unless you think there's a better option.
Yeah. And again, it says going to like seek cover.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the only one viable.
Okay. Yeah. So do me a favor, make a mobility roll, because you do have to avoid those Joes. Okay, hold on. Let's just put Mike Jones right back where he was for a second. Would you roll 2d6 for me, please? A 3 and a 3. Okay, I'm not quite sure how that works, so if one of them succeeds, it's all that matters, really, I guess. Okay, you turn to shoot at that Joe, and it's just all beginning too much. You just want to run and find a place to get away. Unfortunately, just as you do, this working Joe, which number is this? Joe number
753.
1054, actually.
Okay.
Wraps its hands around your throat. So.
And armor does not play into this, right?
Not at this point, no, because it's not
sounds
actually
like
trying to do damage to you. Not yet. Willa Tamansky, you are running through the. You're headed through the ventilation ducts.
That's right. I'm trying to find my way to the docks.
Okay.
And if I can, while I'm crawling around, I'll try to get a scalpel out of my surgical kit.
You can do that, absolutely. Pulling out the scalpel would be one action, would be a fast action. Your ventilation duct stops and it turns right, but it also goes straight up.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Your ventilation duct stops it going forward. It makes a hard 90-degree right angle turn, and it also goes up. Just based on your knowledge of the station, it would seem to make sense that right would take you towards the docks.
I will indeed go right.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to put you about right there. All right, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel, quite literally.
Uh-oh. It's like I presume it's a vent cap. Like can I look through the?
Yeah, it's a good distance in front of you still, but yeah, you
Okay.
can see it's a ventilation grating very similar to the one you went in the cantina.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, perfect. And that resets the round. All right. Jones, Working Joe number 1054 is strangling you. Would you please make a stamina roll? Jones, do you hear me?
Oh, sorry. That was me.
Yeah. Yeah,
right.
the Working Joe is strangling you. I need you to make a stamina roll, please. Success with 2 panics. Well, actually, I'm sorry. The stress is ignored on this roll, so that's fine.
Okay.
It's trying to squeeze the life out of you, but you're still able to breathe. You're holding on just barely. This Joe is going to head down to McCafferty. McCafferty, roll a d6 for me. A 4. Okay. McCafferty, would you like to use your fast action to try to block its attack?
I would.
Okay, please roll close combat. Yep.
Not going to go well.
Well, it's not going to go well if you... Oh, go boy.
It did not go well.
You just start to scream uncontrollably as this Working Joe just latches its hands to either side of your head. You take no damage, but your stress does go up 1.
So wait, is it just a wash? Because this is my stress goes down.
It is a wash, because with the scream, your stress goes down. That's correct. And the door is closed, so no one in the main promenade hears it, except Willa Tamansky. You can hear your friend Grace McCafferty screaming from up ahead.
My former friend.
Well, that may be true, but even still, that's worth a point of stress to you.
Roger that.
All right. Would someone please do me a favor and roll a d6 for me to see what's going on in the Seegson store?
Whole lot of glaring.
Yeah, a whole lot of chasing each other and staring ominously. All right, and for the general store, if I could get the same thing. Okay. God, these things absolutely suck. All right. God. All right. Heath Hobbs, you have a Joe attacking you. Please make a roll for me. Roll a d6. A 5. All right. Would you like to try to block that attack?
Absolutely.
All right.
It's combat. Oof.
A success with a panic. Roll your panic. Under a 10. Oh, you're holding it together. All right.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, you block its attack just as it tries to... you're pretty sure it was going to try to break your neck. All right, this one is probably going to move right over to Wagner and attack him. Wagner, make a roll for me. A 1. All right. As it moves towards you ominously, gain a point of stress. And then there's the one in the cantina, which I'm going to just roll a d6. 1 to 3, it keeps going after Dottie. 4 to 6, it goes down. It's going to go after Dottie. All right, Dottie, make a die roll for me. A 2. All right, very good. Dottie, it takes a swing at you with a punch. Do you want to try and block that attack?
Yeah.
All right, close combat, please. Ah, very good. All right, so it takes a punch at you, which you easily block with your UPP combat training. All right. That is it for the Joes, I believe. That is it for the Joes. So we are up to Heath Hobbs, correct?
Correct. So the Grace sealed the door behind her to the docks, right?
Correct.
And it's closed.
Yep.
Okay. And
Well,
Kenji,
no, she wouldn't have.
Oh no,
Jake came crashing through there, and then they both moved further down the hall to Joe and her. So
That's
the door
true.
it might have closed automatically, but I don't think it would lock.
That's absolutely correct. It closed, but it is not locked.
But you know it's not locked.
right. Well, I still got a Joe that's breathing down my neck here, so I'm going to attack 753.
Okay.
And that's going to be.
Well, your shotgun is your shotgun's out of shells.
And I don't have any extra, so a fast action would have to be draw a weapon. Be my fast action.
Well, you used a fast action to block its attack. So you can do what pretty much if you want to attack it. You can draw your pistol, or you could try to use your shotgun as a club, basically.
I think shotgun as a club would probably do it.
All right.
And so that's close combat, right?
That's close combat. No bonus or penalty, but improvised club is 2 damage, 2 base damage. So this is 753, correct?
753, correct.
Yep. All right. Roll your close combat, please. Woo!
Oh, nice.
Look at that. All right. So,
finally,
what do you want to do with your 3 stunts?
Close combat stunts. There should be something cool on this. I want to add all 3 to the damage.
All right. Perfect. Make a d6 roll for me, please. A 3. What does a 3 do? I'm sorry. I really need to keep this chart somewhere handy. All right. So you take a massive swing with your shotgun as a club, and you hear something crunch in the shoulder right as you connect with this thing, and its right arm is just completely limp and motionless at this point.
Oh, good. It can't choke me now.
It can't choke you. That's correct. It can still punch at you though.
Yeah.
Still take a swing. All right. Let's see here. So that was Hobbs. Dottie.
Is the safe behind the bar?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Is the cantina safe behind the bar?
It is.
Stop. All right. Dottie wants to try to get behind the bar and reload.
All right. Make a mobility roll, please. Perfect. All right. So the bar's over this way. So movement is your fast action, and then reloading is your slow. Very good.
Okay.
All right. And okay. Jimenez.
Yep. Damn
Hey, run the dog out. I'll be back.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I just have to try again.
All right. So you move as you're fast, and then you do a close combat attack with the slow action.
Aren't I still right behind him, though? I mean,
Yeah. I'm going to give you a +1 because you're coming at it, kind of blindsiding it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which one is this? 203. That's right.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Would you like to push the roll?
Yes.
All right, please do.
Damn it! Really?
A success.
Oh,
All right.
Nice.
So you stab the screwdriver into this thing, and it starts to ooze white from the hole. So you definitely hit it. Let's see here. That brings us to Grace McCafferty, who Grace McCafferty, unless I'm mistaken, currently has a Joe with a hand on either side of her head. Is that correct?
I am in the bad's place, yes.
Yeah. So if
close combat to get out?
Close combat to get out.
Fuck it. Let's go. Fuck.
All right. Roll your panic.
That was a fun roll.
That's an 8. you can't break away from it. It's just too strong, and you're just starting to shake uncontrollably with fear because you know what's coming. -2 to any agility rolls.
I love Schadenfreude.
I don't.
Klaus Wagner.
I shoot the Joe in front of me this time.
Yep. All right. So, did you you've got close range, so +3. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get out. 1470 is that
Yes.
Joe number. Wow, that's a whole lot of a lot going on there. 3 successes and a panic. Roll your panic, please.
Panic roll coming up.
An 8. Okay. It's all beginning to get too much. So you're now trembling uncontrollably. -2 to all your future agility rolls. But you shoot and hit the thing. You do 3 damage automatically, and you have. Oh, I'm marking stress on the android. You've got 3 damage automatically, and then you have two. You have 2 stunts.
Just everything damage.
All right, everything damage. So you blast into that thing pretty heftily. It takes a full point-blank range blast from your shotgun. You're rather pleased with that. Let's see. That gets us to Mike Jones. So Mike Jones, yeah. Mike Jones is being strangled currently.
Yeah, so would that be just close combat to try and get out of that?
Correct.
And then also, have I been gaining stress this entire time? Because like last I was at a 6, and then I rolled, and then I started getting all those panics.
Yeah, I mean at this point I don't think anything else has happened to make you gain additional stress. So you're if you're still at 6, that sounds about right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure then.
Absolutely,
Okay.
Thank you.
And then just close combat, right?
You got it. All right, roll your panic. An 8. Okay. So that is also trembling uncontrollably. -2 to agility, but you're able to, gasping for breath, you're able to break free from this thing. That's absolutely amazing.
Should I just put my agility down to 1 then?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
We'll just remember to put it back up, because it's hard to remember to put that -2 mod in when the time comes. I find. Tomansky, so you're moving to the end of the ventilation shaft, I assume.
Yes.
Yep. So you've got a grate in front of you, very similar to the one that you just entered to come through. I would say if you wanted to pass through it, it shouldn't be that difficult.
I mean, what can I perceive is on the other side?
At this angle, you really can't see anything.
Do I know the station layout enough to have a clue? Is this the docks?
Yeah. This is definitely the main hall leading to the docks.
Okay, and refresh my memory. Like the docks, is this like an open bay, or like are the ships that are like the tug and the what is it called, the Midas?
Midas, correct.
Yeah, are they like linked by umbilical, or are they like
they're
grounded in
hard
a bay?
attached to their airlocks are hard docked, and it's so it's not an umbilicus. It's a very wide hallway that has airlocks every so often to where the ships are hard docked. So it's not like an umbilicus like when you hook the 2 ships up before. It's it's a hard dock, so it's as simple as literally going through the airlock.
All right. Well, I suppose I will beat feet to the whichever one of those 2 ships is nearer.
Okay. All right. So
that airlock.
You come out into the hallway and you see down the hall. You see a working Joe with basically right outside the airlock to the tug with its hands on Tomansky's head. She's alive, but it doesn't look like a good thing's about to happen.
In that case, I'm going to pop back into the vent.
Do I see him like when I'm in danger?
Yeah. I'd say you see Tomansky kind of start to come out, see that, and go back in.
Can I use personal safety?
It's
not an action.
It's not an action. Now that's really interesting.
It says if you're in danger and another PC is within short range of you, make a manipulation roll. Not opposed, does not count as an action. If successful, the other PC takes the action or has been instead.
All right. Go ahead and make
So
your
he's
manipulation roll.
actively getting choked, or she's actively getting choked.
No, it's on my head.
Yeah, it's grabbed a hold of her head, but it hasn't. That hasn't actually done any damage to her. Make a manipulation roll.
I think it's going to roll it with stress, so just... And I don't want to count on my stress, so just ignore the stress die.
Wow.
I just do the most pathetic, like, help me whimper, and then you have to help.
Okay. I'm gonna have to think about that for a moment. All right, that's fine. We'll come back to that. Well, we're actually back to the Joes, so that works perfectly. This Joe just realizing that another human being has appeared for some reason just lets go of you and starts to move back this way. Because personal safety worked, and I can't find a way to make it make sense, yet it does. It's amazing how that happened. Right. That's almost unfair. That is almost unfair. It's almost cheating. It is cheating. You cheated. Grace McCafferty, you cheated.
I think that's my job.
I think you're right. Oh, that can't be good. Okay. Well, it could only happen so long. Okay. You might have noticed I just deleted Christian Clark from the Christian Clark. If anyone survives, you'll find this later. Christian Clark just had his neck broken, so he went down. Oh, wow, that's not good either. I don't think she has any chance of pulling this off. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. Mike Jones, what's your situation? You're still going, aren't you? You broke free from its strangle attack.
Yep.
All right. So roll a
No,
d6
got
for
it.
the Joe, please. Let's see what the Joe does. Okay. All right. Would you like to use your fast action to defend?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wow.
That's incredible.
That is amazing. I call hacks. I call hacks.
Full adrenaline.
This is.
We can't get our chat to work and we're hacking things.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm pretty
Wagner,
sure this.
give me a d6, Wagner. That's amazing. A 5. All right. Wagner, would you like to defend yourself from its attack?
I really would.
All right. Make a close combat roll.
Ooh,
Oh, well,
that's not good.
go ahead and roll your panic. 7. You start to twitch because you see it coming and you just can't react quickly enough as the Joe reaches up, takes a hold of you, and breaks your neck. Klaus is down.
Oh,
How
man.
rude.
Klaus is down.
Damn.
Back. Sorry. Is Dottie dead yet?
No, we haven't gotten to Dottie yet. I'm getting there. Heath Hobbs, you've got one attacking you. Roll a d6 for me. A 7. Okay. Wait, that's a panic roll. Sorry.
Yeah. You're talking to me or?
Yes,
Wait.
yes. Sorry.
Okay. So you want me to roll a d6?
Please roll a d6. A 6.
Ooh, that's bad.
All right. You have
Yes,
your
I will
fast
try.
action. Yep.
I will try to negate.
Roll your panic. An 8.
Ugh.
All right. -2 agility. You're trembling, but because you just saw Klaus get his neck broken, things can't be. This is just not going well. But so you're trembling. -2 agility, but you -2 to your agility, but you're able to defend yourself.
Okay, is there a way to do the -2 without?
You can just edit your agility down 2 points if you like, or whenever you do a roll that uses agility, you can put in a -2 mod. You just have to remember to do it.
Yeah, I'll just. Okay. Thanks.
All right. The Joe that's in the cantina is going to turn and attack Jimenez because Dottie ran around behind the bar. It kind of views Jimenez as an easier target. Jimenez, roll a d6, please.
D6. Great.
Yep, just 1d6. A 2. All right, very good. Come on, character sheet work. All right, it swings its fist at you. You can use your fast action to try to defend yourself with a close combat roll if you so choose.
Can I dodge instead of trying to block?
No, unfortunately, it's not in the mechanics.
What? That's stupid.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think only the kid can. Basically, the kid can do that with a talent I think called Beneath Notice, and then corporate agents may have that personal safety, which kind of lets them do that in a way. So, but yeah.
Because you're not going to block an attack from an alien. You're going to fucking dodge it, my guy.
I would tend to agree. But,
Are you serious?
would you like to push the roll?
Why not?
All right.
He's probably going to die of a heart attack anyway. So.
Oh, one can only hope.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 3 successes.
And a panic. Roll your panic.
Okay, hopefully the panic's not big. It's going to be catatonic, isn't it?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's an 8, so you have the -2 to agility. You're all trembling uncontrollably. But you do block the attack.
Okay, I mean, since I succeeded extra, can I counterattack?
No. No, but what I will do is I'll give you a +2 bonus on your next close combat attack. How's that?
Okay, that works.
All right. Let's see here. We have... That's it for the Joes, right? That's it for the Joes. So that brings us to Heath Hobbs.
Right, and I use my fast action as usual already, so I will. What does give orders do besides give orders? Is there some sort of a?
There's a slow action that allows you to use command. You can command any friendly to do an action, and if you're successful, when they do that action, they gain that many bonus dice equal to the number of successes. You can also use command to command a friendly player to stop their panic.
Got it. Okay, and got it. Okay. I will. Now, you know what? I'm going to reload my firearm.
Okay, as your slow action? Very good.
Slow action. And so shotgun's reloaded.
Okay. All right, that works. Dottie, you are reloaded.
So for now, I guess I'm going to take a shot at the Joe.
Okay. Even though you're on the other side of the bar, you're still at basically point-blank range, so that would be a -3.
Okay, but she gets +2, so I'm really just -1, right?
Yeah.
All right.
2 successes. All right, so the assault rifle does 2 damage, and you have 1 stunt.
I will dump that into damage as well.
Very good. All right, you rake it with a pulse of rounds, and that works. So that brings us to Jimenez.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to attack it again.
All right. So make your close combat roll, and you have +2 mod.
Yep.
Roll your panic.
For fuck's sake. That's on me.
Oh.
Called it. God damn it. Fuck.
All right. So with this thing having turned towards you, you just try to run to seek cover behind the bar. Make a mobility roll.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to panic on the mobility roll, too.
One can only hope.
Yep, like I thought.
Roll your panic roll, please.
God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it.
Well, we're gonna go up. I mean, that's the minimum it could have been, really.
Yeah, that's true. Roll a d6 for me, would you, Roberto? A 3. All right, very good. All right, as you turn to run to seek cover, this thing wraps its hands around your neck.
God fucking damn it. God, why?
Because I'm a mean man.
Not you.
Oh, it's the dice. It's not me. You can't blame me.
No, it is the dice.
Grace, you are outside the airlock to the tugboat. Or tubgoat, depending on what you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm going to go in and so can I like I assume you're gonna make me wait a turn to be able to like just pilot this thing out of here, right?
Yeah, I mean it's an M class, it's a Bison M class tug, so going through the airlock, it's gonna take you a couple rounds to get to the bridge. So I mean, you definitely are entering the airlock with one action, and then another action to get you on board the ship. And then I would say it's probably 2 rounds before you would actually be able to try to leave.
Okay,
You have to get to the bridge.
That's all I'm working towards.
Okay, perfect. That's easy.
Yeah, that's all I'm working towards.
Awesome. So I will let you know when you get there. Mike Jones, you're still alive?
Some might say surprisingly. I am one of those people.
Mike Jones is the unsung hero. Just John Wick in the middle.
What would you like to do, Mike?
Oh, God. There's something in front of me. There's something behind me.
A lot of dead bodies around.
Yeah. I know we did a decent amount of damage in 7.53. So I feel like it'd just be better just to focus on that. So I'm gonna attack 7.53.
Very good.
Taking I didn't use a fast action, did I?
No, you did not.
Okay. Then yeah. So I'll go ahead and take aim. So -1 only.
Mm-hmm. Roll your panic. Oh man. Yeah. So you're in seek cover mode. Make a mobility roll, please. Roll the panic on the mobility roll.
Should I just keep running?
Yeah, rolling just rolling panics.
Infinite loop.
Yeah, exactly. If then else. All right. So as you go running away, at this point, you just want to find some place to hunker down. Those 2 Joes attack you. The first one makes a grab and seems to get a hold of you. And then the second one, with a massive swing of its fist, crushes your skull. Mike didn't make it.
I'm sorry, dude.
Oh man,
It just took a while.
Yeah.
I
Good
mean,
fight.
considering your position on the map and how many Joes were around you, it was truly amazing. I have to say that you hung in there as long as you did. Tomansky, so you ducked back into the vent, and there the working Joe that was attacking Grace is suddenly standing outside the vent.
Yeah, I think I'm going to, as quietly as I can manage, get the hell out of there.
All right. Since you said as quietly as you can manage, you're just going back up the vent.
Yeah, I'm going back up, and you mentioned that it's split at some point to go up.
Yes. When you
I
move
will.
back, that's where you're at there. It can go up or like straight up towards like upper level 1, or it goes down to the cantina. Would you please do me a favor and make a mobility roll since you're trying to do this quietly?
Sure.
Thank you.
Alrighty. I suppose I will have to push that.
Okay.
So I add a stress, right?
Yep.
Roll it again. Okay, here we go.
Roll your panic. A 7. That's a nervous twitch, I believe. So there's no friendly PCs in range of you, but you do gain an additional point of stress as you just start to twitch from everything. But you're fairly certain you got away quietly, so that the Joe doesn't know where you're at. All right, and that brings us back around to the Joes. This Joe emerges. This Joe emerges. This Joe emerges.
Shit.
And the elevator has started. It is coming down.
Great. The other two are coming too.
Oh, excellent.
So this would put us at I apologize. This would put us at the Joe. Oh, I still have these Joes in here. So Hobbs, you're it's looking bad. It's looking bad. The first one attacks you. The one right in front of you.
Right.
And it tries to make a grab for you.
Oof.
You do have a fast action if you want to try to resist it.
Yeah, you
Okay.
have to. Yeah, so that's close combat?
Close combat,
again.
correct.
Let's see how many panics I can do.
Roll your panic. 7. That's the nervous twitch. So your stress goes up 1.
Yes,
And
okay.
then, but you do defend yourself from the attack.
Okay.
So, the next one. The next one is taking a massive swing right at your head. Now, you do have your slow action. You could sacrifice that to defend yourself as well, or you can take the hit. It's up to you.
No, I'm gonna take the slow action.
Okay. Roll your panic.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God! How is that even
together.
possible? That's amazing.
So even with
Ice
multiple panics, you just roll the one panic.
Yeah,
right?
just roll the 1 panic.
Okay, but 3 successes, so that's
amazing.
Yeah.
All right. And then the third one takes a swing at you and misses.
Oh, Jesus. All right, if I don't survive this.
How are you alive?
The plot armor has been passed on.
That's right. It's now to Hobbs. All right. Jimenez.
Yes, they do suck. Thank God.
Jimenez, this thing is wrapped its hands around your neck, if I remember correctly. So you would need a close combat roll to get away.
Great.
Or try to break free, I should say. 2 successes, you do. Very good.
Okay.
You have a fast action. I don't know what a fast action does for you at this point.
Would throwing a weapon be considered a fast action?
No, that's a slow action. Any attack's a slow action. Fast actions are kind of limited to moving and picking up items, that type of thing.
You could run.
Yeah, you could try to get away from it.
They would
require a
they would
mobility
move to
roll.
adjacent zone or engage a target in the same zone. So they would have to take a turn to get to you, anyways.
Yeah, I'll try and go to the empty slash unused room that's just down the way.
Okay, go ahead and make a mobility roll, please. Roll your panic.
Wow.
It's a hell of a lot of successes, but roll your panic.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, 6.
Oh, no.
Nope.
No.
3.
So, all right. Oh, man. And what was that, a 6? Oh, boy. Oh. All right. You end up seeking cover. That's what your 11 panic is. What seek cover? Where would that be? Probably hiding behind the bar.
Yeah.
All right. So in seeking cover, the Joe does take a swing at you, but it misses, and your stress level goes down 1, but Dottie's stress level goes up 1, and you lose your next slow action.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a mixed bag there. It's not the worst thing that could happen, but it's not the best. Dottie, did I skip you?
You might have. I was supposed to go on 5.
You were supposed to go on 5. I skipped you. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
No big deal. Can I spend a story point to clear the safe out into some kind of bag
Yeah, absolutely.
behind the bar?
Oh, absolutely. You know, Jimenez, you're ducking behind the bar for cover, but you can't help but notice that Dottie is pushing large amounts of cash into a brown, probably a brown burlap bag or something along those lines.
Yeah, whatever she can find from behind the bar.
That's it.
Then can I use
She's an
my
optimist, man.
fast action to make a mad dash for that vent shaft?
You can.
I'll make the mobility check to try to get past
Make the
Joe.
mobility check, try to get past the Joe. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. All right. So yeah, that's like a lightning quick panther. She's off.
So she's out with the cash in the bag into the vent shaft.
Yep.
And
And
I can do a stunt. Is it possible to use one of these successes to help Jimenez out somehow? I realize that he's not trying to run the same way that I am, but
you know, that's
I'd
that's an interesting question. It does say that you can provide a success to someone in a similar position. So he's already used his actions though. So what I will do is on his next action, if he decides he wants to try to make a dash for the vent, I'll let him do it without making a mobility roll.
yeah, maybe Dottie's decision to go for it and quick success inspires him to make a move.
I get it. Yep, absolutely. I'm in
Or
on
maybe
that.
not, but it's an option out there.
But it's an option for him if he wants it.
Are you trying to do a stunt, or is this?
Yeah, if so, the way that I used this previously was in Alenia Bay with somebody fucked up trying to get up the ladder, which is the first thing
Right.
you do.
Yep,
And
Yeah.
somebody else had a bunch of successes, and I let them pass it back.
That's right.
I see.
The alternative is you fall in the water, and there's a solid chance that you get eaten, like scene 1 by
yeah.
scorpionids.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea is then when that one person fails, you're kind of grabbing them by the scruff of the neck or by an arm or something like that to help them up. You know.
Yeah, maybe she yells "Let's go" as she runs for the vent or something.
Yeah, because a command would give you +1 to his roll to do whatever you're telling him to do.
So Grace, you're running through the ship, and then Tomansky, you actually, I guess that you would actually be right there. Tomansky, you actually can see down the vent. Dottie, the bartender, carting an assault rifle and a brown bag, is actually ducked into the ventilation shaft. And so you're standing at that crux where you can go back towards the cantina, towards the docks, or you could go up, or try to go up, but that's going to be some climbing.
Does Tomansky perceive that she's not being pursued?
I can't say. Can't say. She's just kind of ducked into the vent.
Well, in that case, since she sees another person who might be heading towards danger, she'll go back down and try to get Dottie's attention.
All right.
And if she has her attention, she'll motion for quiet and motion for her to follow.
Okay.
And then is taking nap relief a fast action?
Yeah, that's using an item. That's a fast
All
action.
right. Well, I will shoot myself up with a little touch of nap rub.
Nice. Kill all
Because
your
I'm
stress.
I'm freaking the hell out right now.
I'm freaking out, man.
I'm freaking out, man. This is too real.
It's game over, man. Game over.
I suppose that's everything I can do.
Yep. Perfect. And top of the order, back to the Joes. Okay. Well, this Joe, confused as to where Dottie went, probably comes around the bar and makes a swipe at Jimenez. Oh, shit, I rolled 2D. Wow, I rolled a lot of dice. Ignore all that, please. There we go. All right. And it misses its attack. These things are strong, but they're not agile.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Wow, this is Hobbs. You're in a tough spot here, buddy.
Yes, I am.
All right. So one of them does the approach ominously, gain a point of stress. A second one takes just a good old-fashioned punch at you. And succeeds, so you can try to defend if you like. Or you can take the point of damage and hope your armor does it.
Yeah, I'll take the point of damage.
All right. All right, roll your armor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Armor. Let me see. Where is that? Let me give a little bit before. Weapons. Is this which? I'm confused which to roll.
It should be the armor button just above the weapons. You should have armor 4 from that riot vest.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, right in front of me. Okay, got it.
No dice. Take a point of damage
right.
and a point of stress.
All right, point of damage from the stress.
And then the third one. Unless you want to try to resist it with your other action, is going to wrap its hands around your neck.
Yeah, I'm going to try to resist it with
other
action, which would be close combat. I'm just barely surviving.
That's it.
Okay, that's all I'm doing is defending myself.
Oh, roll your panic.
And
wow! That's amazing.
Wow, I know. Isn't it? Is that even possible?
It's not even possible because you're already trembling.
7.
Well, yeah, it's a
no,
possible roll.
It is. I rolled 1s and a 2.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it can be done.
This seems wonky. But all right.
Yeah, I'm actually going to move you up to a 9 on that because you already had the tremble.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move you up to a drop item. Let me peer at your character sheet really quickly and see what you've got there. Oh, that's Jones. That was Jones. It's not Jones anymore. It's, yeah.
I got a shotgun, hand radio, and a pistol with 2 reloads.
Yep. You drop your hand radio, which probably didn't matter too much to you anyway.
No,
at this point, I imagine.
Mm.
All right. But you're other than that, you're successful. So you somehow managed to not die yet again, despite my best efforts. Let's see here. These guys are going to move in, but they're kind of running out of ideas. They're kind of running out of ideas. Okay. Heath Hobbs, you're next. Well, you lost both your actions defending yourself, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
So skip me again.
So Dottie, it's you.
I'll link up with Tomansky
Okay, that's a fast action, moving there.
in the tunnel, and then my goal is to try to head to the docks.
Okay. All right.
But of course, Tomansky is probably going to say something about that. Although if I don't see anybody down here at the end of the tunnel, I'm probably going to keep going.
All right.
Well, if Dottie's speaking to Tamansky, Tamansky would say, "We've got to get to the docks. We need to access some comms and let somebody know what the hell's going on here."
So with that, yeah, Dottie would just start heading up the tunnel.
Perfect.
Back the direction that Tamansky came from, especially if she doesn't see anything out there blocking the exit.
Absolutely. And that brings us to Jimenez.
Yep, my turn.
So if you wanted to make a mad dash for the ventilation duct, which is up here, because of Dottie's amazing roll, I'm basically allowing her to pass a success to you so that you don't have to roll mobility to get away.
Okay, sure, I'll do that.
All right. So that gets you across the cantina, and then you go in the shaft, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Perfect. This is the point where we reach an alien where everyone runs away. Grace, you make it to the bridge of the ship.
I make it to the bridge of the ship.
Yep.
We're taking off. I got one last story point I'm spending in piloting to get the fuck away from here.
Nice. You're not a pilot, but you've seen Jimenez and other pilots do it in the past. You think you can figure this out. You operate controls. You're able to disconnect the hard dock of the tug, and you go flying off into space. Look at that. Nice job. I'm impressed. Tamansky, you're an 11.
Okay, well,
I hope you starve in the void, Grace. I hope you starve in the void.
I didn't know I was a bad guy until Act 2.
I'll go to the end of the shaft.
Okay.
And look to see what you here.
There's no Joe there.
Okay. In that case, I'll give the high sign to Dottie and get out into the docks and head to the interface for the Midas.
Yep. All right. Perfect. Well, of course, you don't know yet that the tug had left, but you'll figure that out pretty quickly as you run up to that airlock. So that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
So back to the top of the order, Hobbs. I really don't see how you're going to survive this.
I don't either, but yeah.
It's looking like a Blue Man Group rehearsal.
It's exactly what they are. They're all going to start
about to get drummed on,
beating me.
Yeah. You gain a point of stress from the one moving towards you ominously.
Oh, awesome.
Another makes a grab for your neck and is successful.
Okay.
So
I'm not going to fight this because I'm going to try to get away when my turn comes around. So
okay, all right. All right. So one grabs you by the neck. Then the next one lands a punishing blow on your head. You can try. Well, you can try to fend it off, or you can roll armor. Up to you.
I'll roll the armor, but I mean, I guess the mechanics don't take into account targeting. So
yeah.
Just do the armor.
Oh.
Well, you gave up a good fight.
You gave up a good fight. The Joes pummel you down. Your skull is crushed under their onslaught.
Yeah, that's good times.
And you're done. Yeah, you're done. All right.
Yeah, that would be it.
This Joe is going to move in towards Jimenez, and it's going to try to make an attack against Jimenez in the ventilation shaft. Now, I'm going to roll a d6 for its attack, but all right, so it's making a grab at him. I'm going to give it a -2 mod because that's really an awkward thing that it's trying to do there.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what happens. And it is unsuccessful at grabbing him. It is unsuccessful. And then this one actually moves into the cantina. And you suck. Dottie, you're up.
Dottie's making moves for the dock.
All right.
He's rolling out with Kamansky. If we can get out there, I don't know if we're able to get up there now. Can I see what's up with the...
I would say your first action gets you out into the hallway, and then if you moved further north with the second action, you would reach the airlock where the tug is supposed to be, but of course it's gone.
Okay. Do I still see the Midas?
Yeah, the airlock is there. You can't tell if the ship's there from here or not.
Okay.
And then that will bring us to Jimenez, who is technically at engaged range with the Joes. So if he wants to run up the ventilation shaft, he'll need to make a mobility roll.
Okay.
But I'll give you a +2 mod on that because again, the Joe's trying to do something very awkward.
Yep. Okay.
Look at that! Wow.
Nice.
All right, so you run up the shaft to the bend.
Mhm.
That's your fast action, and then as another action, you can head down towards where you see Tomansky got out.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. I'm trying to move this along because in the next 20 minutes, I got to leave to go get my kid, and if you guys can't tell, we're kind of at the end.
Yeah.
So, all right.
We can tell. It's pretty obvious.
It's pretty
and
obvious.
The kid and the doctor are going to get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Could be worse.
It could be worse. So, unless Jimenez wants to make a... Well, it doesn't matter. Hold on. I'll get to that in a second. Grace has already flown away. So that gets us to Tomansky, who, running up the shaft, you would get to Dottie and see that the airlock is... where the tug is supposed to be, is the ship's not there, and the Midas airlock is a little ways up the hallway. So if you want to run to that, I assume.
I'll run to that.
Perfect.
Get the door prepped or whatnot.
Perfect. So unless Jimenez wants to make an observation roll and risk panicking, I imagine he doesn't. We're back at the top of the round. Jimenez, you hear a muffled conversation between working Joes back in the cantina, and then you hear a thumping sound, and you see this Joe pop up behind you.
Oh, great.
They learn.
All right. Okie dokie. To Dottie? Dottie.
Dottie is going to run for the other airlock.
Yep. All right. So that's your fast action, getting to the airlock.
And try to see if the Midas is still available for us to depart.
Midas is there, so you could
pop the airlock and try to get in that bitch.
All right. You are inside the airlock, and we have Jimenez.
Yeah.
Running to the running to the end, I assume.
Uh-huh.
All right. So, mathematically speaking, there is no way that the Joes can catch you guys at this point. I'm going to montage this a bit, asking one question. Dottie has opened the airlock and has gone into Midas. Tomansky, you see Jimenez running up the hallway towards you guys. What do you do? Do you go into the airlock? Do you wait for him? What do you do?
I will shout, "Wait for Roberto,"
Okay, perfect.
and stand in the doorway.
All right, so you stand in the doorway to keep the door from closing, and Roberto catches up just as working Joes start coming through the main door leading from the promenade, and another one pops out right there. But you guys are way up here at the airlock. You climb onto Midas, and you find yourself in the vehicle bay. That would put us back at Dottie. Of course, you're in the vehicle bay. You guys, two of you, not Dottie, but Jimenez and Tomansky both know where the bridge is, correct? Yeah, because you were here before. So I would assume everyone goes charging for the bridge, or unless you have other actions, let me know.
Well, since Roberto Jimenez is the pilot, right? I certainly can't. I have a 0 piloting skill, but are the comms also on the bridge?
Yes, though
Okay,
the comm
then...
station was destroyed.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then I'll just go to the bridge.
All right. All right. So let's do this. Let's just drag. Well, we don't need to do that. We're just going to leave it right here. It's fine because I can run this through. All right. So Tamansky and Jimenez are running for the bridge. Dottie, what are you doing? Are you running for the bridge also, or are you doing something else?
Dottie probably want to make sure that the airlock is locked.
Okay.
And then would follow to the bridge, but try to just bring up the rear with the rifle.
Makes sense to me. Makes absolute sense to me. All right. You make it to the bridge, and give me 1 second. I just need to make a quick roll. All right. You make it to the bridge, and everything is as you left it. Nothing has changed. Dottie, as you're bringing up the rear, you think you can hear the rending of metal. It sounds like the Joes might be breaking through the outer airlock door. So you don't think they've made it on board the ship yet, but it's not going to be long.
Start shouting that we got to get out of here.
All right. Perfect. Jimenez, what do you want to do?
I guess I'll be piloting it since I have the highest skill out of everybody.
All right. Make a piloting roll.
Is Tamansky able to help in any way?
That Tamansky doesn't really. Tamansky's not a pilot, so I would say no, unless Tamansky has another action that she'd like to perform.
Tamansky has a story point that she might use if she remembers how to disconnect the umbilicus or disconnect the airlock. She would hit that if that's an available option. But I mean, obviously, she doesn't know how to pilot.
I'll make that work. Yeah, story points are designed to cinematically make things happen. So absolutely.
All right, so she dives and palms the big red button that she's seen Roberto Jimenez use in the past.
All right. So as she does that, the ship unlocks from the airlock, right from the dock, and just from the expulsion of air in the airlock, the ship just very slightly starts to drift as working Joes are getting actually blown out the airlock because they opened the outer door. Jimenez, you want to make your piloting roll?
I'll just use a story point.
Perfect. That way you don't risk stress, panic. And the FTL on
the good old Doc might just have the highest kill count.
The FTL, as you remember, is down in Midas, but it has engines. So you kick those suckers into gear and get the ship moving, so that the Joes just blow out into empty space. No chance that they could possibly grab onto the ship as they get sucked out as Roanoke Station begins to decompress. And wow. That's
brutal.
This was brutal. This probably, this creates a lot of bad press for Siegson, because Grace McCafferty got away first with a ship with working comms and a working FTL drive, whereas you guys would have to spend some time to fix it. It's safe to assume that eventually you'd get the FTL up and running, and eventually someone in the network would pick you up. But by that point, Grace McCafferty, I imagine, has already gotten back to civilization with news of Siegson androids just going crazy, killing everybody. Siegson stocks drop substantially. Eventually, I would imagine that Jimenez, Jake, and Tamansky make it back to civilization with the real story, but at that point, probably the damage has been done. Siegson isn't selling as many working Joes as they used to out on the frontier. That was fantastic. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was a fun game.
It was good.
Yeah, it was great. Very tense.
Just in the middle of shit.
Yeah, in the middle of shit. The first time I ran this, Jake Robertson was the only one to survive. Heath Hobbs actually teamed up with Tomansky and Leslie. And the androids, see, this worked out differently. You guys all ended up on the main promenade in one place. Whereas when I originally ran this the first time, all the players were all separated in different places when the androids went on the rampage. So Tomansky died like that to a snap neck. Mike Jones ended up going upstairs trying to save Sven Olafsson, and he ended up losing his arm up there and getting broken. In the end, of course, Leslie turned on McCafferty and Heath Hobbs. And McCafferty almost got away. Dottie came out of the cantina and started shooting at the working Joes, and got killed right away. And what ended up happening is Leslie ended up picking up her gun and shooting down McCafferty. And Heath Hobbs made a final last stand, just like he did in this one, that was almost epic for a moment. But in the end, Jake was the only one who survived it. What was funny was in that one, Hobbs and Tomansky actually went down in Environmental and sabotaged Environmental so that the station would run out of air.
Wow. I honestly thought that Jake wasn't going to make it back out of Environmental when he went down to fix it the first time. I'm like, all right, this guy is going to be like the sacrificial lamb that just like turns up the volume for Act 3.
Yeah, the guy in the submarine.
I thought there was a chance he would die in 1.
No, it's I really enjoyed you guys coming out to play this. I'm amazed we managed to grind through both acts that quickly, because that many androids, combat can slow down a little bit. But
A
definitely.
little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
Not too bad though.
That was great. I don't know when I can play next. Next Wednesday, my wife is off work and I'm off work, so I'd probably be in a lot of trouble if I played next Wednesday. So, and I've got a couple more one-shots that I can run. I just have to look at what we're going to do next and who's able to come and all that. So we'll figure that out.
Sounds good. I appreciate you doing this.
Don't give me a corporate person
ditto.
next time. I can't deal with the stress of everyone trying to kill me while actively trying to kill everyone else.
But you succeeded. You got away.
Yeah.
I mean, even to the extent that it was like a profoundly dissatisfying kind of ending from a moral standpoint.
Yeah, it really
God damn
was.
it. That's the only one that I was like, that was what's on my character sheet. No matter what, get the corporate bastards.
Yeah, that's right. Which, by the way, everybody, of course, gets a story point for Act 3. Whether you actually succeeded at your agenda or not, this was a great playthrough. I think everybody played their characters, character or characters plural in the case of Andy, very, very well, and it was a lot of fun seeing what everybody did.
I failed one of mine pretty hard. It specifically said, try not to get your neck broken, which is exactly what happened to me. But then also, I feel like I picked up Dottie's personal agenda pretty well, because she doesn't have one, but she does have $300,000 in the safe, so it's pretty obvious what she wants to do.
Are you allowed
Absolutely.
to tell us the backstory there?
Oh my
Is
God.
that gonna
Yeah, is
damage
Dottie
the-
proggy? Is she a UPP person?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dottie is a UPP trained soldier, equivalent to a USCMC Marine, right? And she realized after her first stint in the Union armies that the Union of Progressive Peoples was not all equality, rainbows and butterflies like they want you to believe it is. And she managed to stash away some equipment and basically sell it on the black market. Once she had enough money, she defected. Roanoke Station was perfect for her because it's quiet. Nobody comes there. It's a perfect place for her to just sit there, hide, watch American movies, and listen to American music. So
You're telling me that one of the only other survivors is a UPP defector. I'm just like writing Hyperdyne's press release for them.
Yeah.
Oh, the Seegson, look, they oh man.
Yeah, I would imagine that at that point, Dottie probably makes the rest of her entire existence about hunting down Grace.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what, I'm going to get you, you bitch. Ruined everything. I hope the only thing that Grace can see every time she closes her eyes for the rest of her entire life is just Jake Robertson's head twisted around 180 degrees with this horrible pop.
Ugh.
But that's definitely gonna be something for Grace, considering like she runs away and then thinking like, oh, everybody's dead, and then a couple months later, probably 3 people show up again. It's like,
Yeah, but it's a big universe out there, right?
It
It
is a big
Galaxy,
universe.
not universe.
And the Frontier rumor mill takes on a life of its own, to be sure.
Mhm.
So as creepy as the Seeks and androids are, the working Joes, it wouldn't take much for people to believe that they went a little crazy. So,
And
I
I'm
think
sure
one of
they'd
my
smear
favorite
the hell
parts
out
of
of us too. No, I am sorry. I'm sure they'd smear the hell out of us too.
oh, no doubt, no doubt. All right, cool. Yep, I'm 5 minutes from having to leave, so I really appreciate it again, guys. Thanks so much. I really enjoyed this, and I'll give you a shout out probably Wednesday after next. I gotta look at my games though, because I think the next 2 one-shots I have, I only have 5 character slots. One of them I can doctor a little bit, but one of them is really set for 5. So I got to figure that out a little.
Well, let me know. I can come or go any given morning. I'm pretty much working on like doing book dev and whatnot. So if you have too many people, I don't have a problem setting my morning aside to work on some of my other projects at all.
I got you. Cool. All right, guys. I will see you next time. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Marty.
Thank you.
Thank
See
you,
all.
everybody.
Good
Good
night.
Jamie.
times. Good times.
You guys.